The important thing is that essentially email is not supposed to be used for distribution of feelings, ideas, beliefs, or concerns in general. And the open meeting law fully supports having those discussions in person. So best practice in that arena would be to bring the issues before the council. And Madam President, I don't know how councilors ask to get matters on the agenda, but to request to be heard on the agenda and present the issue at that time. Again, that's not a law. It doesn't prohibit you from doing it ahead of time, as long as it's made available to the entire public. But it can create the situation where people are more inclined to respond to each other and to the group. Collaboration. Yes.
I want to make sure, because this has been a very interesting and ongoing discussion. So what I've heard is that, yes, a person, an individual counselor, can write a memo, but what they cannot do is share it with the rest of the council prior to the meeting.
Without,
however, it can be posted as the meeting occurs. And do we then need to give people time to read it?
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is slightly different. And I would say that in recent decisions, and I can get a couple of them, there's a case as well. There was a case that said that a deliberation occurs if a quorum is communicated with outside of a properly posted public meeting. The AG's office, from what I understand, has said, if you make that document public ahead of time, the same time that you send it to the packet, let's say, then that would not be a violation of the open meeting law, the sending of the memo. It would, however, be, in my experience, it's somewhat inconsistent with the goal of the open meeting law to provide for deliberation to occur at a meeting. So that's why in most circumstances, people would ask for an agenda item to come before the council to discuss something, submit something, and that way, to start a process formally.
Okay. I want to pause again and make sure if there's follow-up questions from the council. Kathy.
Yes, thank you, Lauren. Let me try to do it in terms of a sequence. So the memo is written and not shared at all. Council meeting starts, and this is a topic that's at some point coming on. The person who's written the memo said, I'd like to use my 3 minutes to talk about this memo I've written. And after that, I'd like to put it in either at this time or at the end of this meeting and post it so people can read it. Is that a process that's okay? And let's just say that the memo is thoughtful, rather than it's 1 paragraph long, so you just can't read your memo in your 3 minutes. You only have 3 minutes. So trying to find a way of making it part of the record, but not in advance, during the meeting.
So a record becomes part of the minutes when it's specifically referred to, used, and present at a meeting. Counselor can certainly ask for a memorandum to be part of the minutes. Typically, what becomes part of the minutes is what is discussed at a meeting. So, the way that you decide as a council, through you, Madam President, to take minutes, that's at your discretion. However, and I know I've talked about this before, and I'm sorry I sound a little bit like I'm a little bit bossy, but the bottom line is, anytime that you share your opinion about anything substantive outside of an open meeting with a quorum, creates a risk of a violation. And it only gets worse if it's, several days ahead. So, again, I think use of an agenda item is the best way to do that. present memorandum or something, and then Ray, whatever, and then what the person's 3 minutes is, or what their agenda item is to talk about what's in that memorandum. One other thing, and this is very important, the council does many things, obviously. One of those things is to adjudicate people's rights. Any kind of a hearing that you're having where the council is going to make a decision, there would be no benefit at all, and it would likely be detrimental for members to talk about their opinions prior to voting on the matter, because there'll be arguments about um, favoritism and bias, and again, we have always said, and it's true in my experience, that having a good offense in this kind of situation is the best. We are able to defend certain actions taken that might or might not constitute a violation of the open meeting law, but it's much easier if you never have to go down that road at all.
Dorothy.
I assume you're talking about items that are listed on the agenda. Otherwise, you're saying we can't have thoughts or opinions, we can't express them in meetings, in newsletters, or with one or two counselors now and then. That presumes that we have extensive, thorough debate at our meetings. Our meetings are so jam-packed, our debate is very limited. And many of us do not feel that issues get much time because there's so many other things that has to happen. So I'm just finding this kind of like not real.
Madam President, through you, and
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I can appreciate those comments, and I generally say you should definitely speak with your state legislature and your state rep and your state senator about this issue, because they're the ones responsible for approving the law. In addition, the Attorney General's office is responsible for enforcing it. It was the case in almost every county before 2011, when enforcement was with the DAs in each county, that email amongst a quorum about a subject matter within the board's jurisdiction was a violation of the open meeting law. When the law was adopted, it was adopted consistent with the position that all of the DAs except one had taken with regard to that. It specifically references email. In terms of, so you're not allowed to exchange emails between members, whether a quorum all at once or what leads to a quorum, without violating the open meeting law. And that could be that one person talks to another, talks to another, talks to another. And so it's a serial violation. You send the email to two people, they talk to two people, now you have a violation. So I usually encourage, and I know it seems almost backward, that you really shouldn't be using email to conduct official town business. Email is best used for distribution of agendas, information from others, research that someone might have done that's been published, or information from another municipality, etc. None of that is feelings, ideas, beliefs, and concerns. And there's a specific exemption in the law for the administrative type of back and forth. So it is in a world where technology allows us to do things like this, there are many risks because of the way that the law is written. And the AG, they've written opinions about this. They don't care if it's an email. They just look to see, did it get to a quorum? It's the same as if it was a conversation. If a conversation gets to a quorum, then it's a violation of the open meeting law. Madam President, if I may add one more thing.
Please.
So the other thing to remember is that one way to vet issues before a final vote is through a subcommittee. A subcommittee are any two people authorized to work together on a matter. a subcommittee has to post under the open meeting law, meets in open session, unless specifically authorized to meet in executive session. However, the subcommittee can be more focused on the matter at issue. Again, though, a subcommittee, any two people that are designated by the group to work together are subcommittee, and they need to do the posting, minutes, and all of the other requirements applicable to the council. So still no email amongst a quorum.
Shalini,
So I just want to clarify, what I understood is that as long as there are members less than the quorum for any meeting, for any committee or town council, they can do the research and get it placed on the agenda and add it to the packet. And that's the way to share it. So it can be more than one person, as long as it's less than the quorum for any committee or town council. Yes?
Madam President, through you.
please go ahead.
There are shades of concern in the way that that was summarized. Let me say what I did say, which is any email amongst a quorum or any gathering amongst a quorum, whether at one time or serially, where the matters before the board right now, or that might come before the board, in this case, the council, are discussed, are a violation of the open meeting law. In theory, you are only to deliberate, which is discuss, at a table at a meeting that's been properly posted.
Shalini,
The question was less than the quorum. So if there were two members of the council who were working on some research and got it placed on the agenda, so it's less than the quorum.
Madam President.
please just go ahead, Lauren.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm not being rude.
You're fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So two individuals on a 9-member council talking to each other does not violate the open meeting law unless those two individuals are a subcommittee. If the two individuals are a subcommittee or the quorum of a subcommittee, that would violate the open meeting law. If two of you interested in whatever got together and talked and wrote something up, etc., that's not a violation of the open meeting law unless the information is shared with a quorum, your feelings, ideas, beliefs, and concerns, and that is serially communicated. So, or communicated all at once. So the prohibition, the law says you cannot have a meeting amongst a quorum where there's deliberation. And so that's the law. The reality of it is that it's very easy to wind up in a serial violation. The more members of a board or committee that talk outside of the public venue, the more difficult it is to avoid open meeting law violations. And one of the things that, I've always thought was very important about the new law is that under the public records law, if you're having a conversation with someone, there's no record of that, right? So when we were all talking and on the phone, it wasn't, someone could allege or make a complaint that there was a violation. But now under the public records law, the emails that you send and receive as a government official in your official capacity are public records. And so we often see public records requests for exchanges between one or another or all counselors or board members. So it is a slippery slope and one that you have to be very careful that you're building in the statutory protections that you need to not inadvertently violate the law.
There's 3 more questions on this, and then we're going to go on and make sure we covered the other questions. Pam Rooney?
Yeah, I think it's getting a little muddier than clearer. I thought I heard Ms. Goldberg say that there could not be full discussion. So something is presented as an agenda item, and that if I understood her correctly, there should not be full discussion of that matter, even if it's an agenda item. Is that correct?
there cannot be full discussion of it or discussion amongst a quorum until you are at a posted meeting. And that's the risk of putting information out there prior to town meeting, because people respond and react. And even writing back and saying, great work, I agree with every point, violation of the open meeting law. It's copied to a quorum.
I think we're talking about within the meeting itself, not outside of the meeting.
Oh, sorry. Within a meeting, the open meeting law doesn't address the content of your discussions other than to say that the agenda has to include all of the things that the chair anticipated were going to be discussed, and that needs to be posted 2 days prior, 2 working days prior. And that at the meeting, there's no ability to act on something that the chair could or should have known about. And instead, it would have to be pushed forward to another meeting. The open meeting law does, though, leave those types of decisions to the chair, who's going to speak and when and for how long, in this case, the president. And there's the AG is very specific about saying, you know, you all can come up with your own rules, but the chair here, the president, is in charge of running the meeting.
Pam, was there a follow-up? Okay. Jennifer?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, when we're talking with constituents or at a district meeting, we can share our positions on issues.
That
That
is
would
correct. The open meeting law is not regulating you finding out information and interacting with constituents, whether in a public meeting or outside of a meeting. And oftentimes constituents may grab you at the grocery store. You have a conversation there and you move on. That's fine. The issue becomes when it's amongst a quorum of members of the council. And again, serially or all at once. So at a public meeting that you've scheduled, either to take testimony, to hear from people, to, you decided you wanted to post or hold a meeting, a neighborhood meeting, you can have as many opinions as you want. And in fact, I expect that most of you do, which is why you're elected counselors. It still doesn't protect you, though, from the requirements of the open meeting law. So I can give you an example. Let's say you chose to have a meeting, a neighborhood meeting, and you looked up and there were 4 counselors in the room. Okay. You're talking, you're saying things, you're listening. If you look at all of those other counselors and you say, right, don't you agree? That's a deliberation. Okay. So it's not that you can't have a conversation at a public meeting. Of course you can. It's that when you are interacting with the world, you have to remember that if you get to a matter that's within the board's jurisdiction and you're talking to other board members about it and there is a quorum present or serially, that's going to constitute a violation.
Kathy?
Okay, I'm going to try once more on a document, okay, a paper that is not disseminated at all before the meeting. It's on the agenda as a topic. You speak to it as a counselor who's written this, and it might be 14 pages, a research paper to deal with the topic. After you've spoken to it, can the paper get posted post-meeting, where you can't do 14 pages worth of, let me read you it. Can we post it? Because we've had actually a hazy area on this. Not that many of us want to go out and do a 14-page paper. So it's not going to happen very often. But if you're not on a committee that's dealing with it and you've got thoughts on it, you may want to develop something, but you don't share it at all before. You don't say a word about it. You can alert the chair that when your hand goes up, you'd like to speak to this. Can we then post it? And post it during the meeting, post it at the end of the meeting. So can that paper ever see the light of day? That's the question. And it's not talk to anybody before that, zero. Really careful not to talk to even one counselor before.
Yes, that can be posted. In fact, it is a public record if it's discussed in substance and is present at the public meeting. Look at that. I had a yes or no response.
Okay,
Wonderful.
got it. Why don't we move on to the next set of questions?
Okay, so the next set of questions have to do with the conflict of interest law. And the conflict of interest law is a very dense law with criminal violations for criminal penalties for violations. And so one of the discussions, what the question here is, Lauren urged us to recuse ourselves if there's even a hint that there could be an ethical problem. Is it required? And what about, should we go and sit in the audience? So under the conflict of interest law, you are prohibited as elected officials from participating in your official position in a matter in which you, your employer, your spouse, parents, brothers, and sisters have a financial interest. So if you, and also an abutter to an abutter within 300 feet, diagonally across, directly across. So that's a pretty wide swath of things that are prohibited. And so what you need to be thinking about when you see the agenda is it possible that this is a conflict for me? Meaning, am I going to have a financial interest in any of this and all of those other parties that I mentioned? And even if I don't, might it be perceived that I have a conflict? If it's just a perception, you're not prohibited from participating. You must file a disclosure before participation. You can make that on the record at the meeting. Something like, I see that so-and-so is here on behalf of blank. So-and-so and I go to lunch every Friday at 12 o'clock. And I intend to make my decision here today without any reference to or regard for that relationship and only based upon the laws of the Commonwealth and the town of Amherst. So that is an appropriate thing to do, to disclose if you feel uncomfortable. If you feel like you might have an actual financial interest, that's when I said to you, stand up and walk around and sit in the audience. Don't ask for special favors. Don't ask to be specially recognized. You're a member of the audience like any other. You're recusing yourself from the entire decision-making process. So it really depends. A lot of people will look at an agenda, and this is select boards too, which we deal with all the time. They'll look at it and they'll say, oh, item 3, who's coming in for that? Who submitted that? And they'll say, oh, that's a person I buy, I buy napkins from. So does the matter for my restaurant, does the matter before us involve a financial interest of mine? No, because the matter before us is about something unrelated. But if the answer is yes, if we approve this outdoor entertainment permit and they're able to be open for 4 more hours a night, they're going to need a lot more napkins. Now, that may be just a perception issue because it's too remote and too speculative, but that's the kind of thing that should be disclosed. And or if you feel like it might be an actual financial interest, that you recuse yourself, get up from the chair and sit in the audience. So it's the red flag rule. And again, if you feel uncomfortable, you have 2 choices. One is to make the disclosure. One is to recuse. If you sit at the table, even if you don't talk, the Ethics Commission will determine that you participated by sitting there. So, and even if you abstain on the vote, that's still participation.
Okay. Dorothy?
Push this. Okay. I think a while ago that I recused myself and upon reflection, I realized I should not have. And I just want to review this with you. It was a vote on the Amherst Women's Club, of which I am a member. I actually have never been on the board. I have never held any position of leadership in the club. And by choice, I have just served on committees. I had no financial interest. And my thought is, we're a town. And if people in a town aren't members of clubs and organizations, Just the fact that you're a member should not, in fact, invalidate your being able to vote on it. So I just wanted to clarify that with you.
Understood. So I think in that instance, not a member of the board, not a treasurer or collector for the group, not no no financial interest in the matter that's before you. Just being a member creates that appearance, and so you'd absolutely want to disclose. There are certainly times when, although you're not legally required to recuse yourself, you may still choose to. And it's better to be safe than sorry. And I know that's a cliche, but in the case of the Ethics Commission, violations are subject to criminal penalties. And so you really need to take care of yourself, be thoughtful about what you do and don't do, participate in, because the violation belongs only to you. And so even though, other members might say, "Hey, we don't think you should participate," you can participate if you want to, but if it is a violation of the open meeting law, I mean, of the conflict of interest law, that's going to be a problem. So sometimes a person who thinks they have a conflict might ask for the meeting to be for that matter to be continued to the next meeting, to seek an opinion, or to clarify, what their status is, something like that. The other option is to just recuse for that time. It doesn't apply to every time this board or entity is before you. It applies, only in those limited circumstances. So the State Ethics Commission had a decision, which I still think of as new, which is from 2003, which says something like, I think it was about a conservation trust. And so the Ethics Commission said an individual who was a member could participate because the trust was not involved in commerce in the way that we think about it in the day-to-day. So trusts and friends of and that kind of thing are not likely to be viewed by the Ethics Commission as violations if you also sit on one of those. And we do see that issue quite frequently.
Anna?
All right, so I apologize. I'm asking about a specific situation. So I'm looking at the,
Before we do that,
yeah,
good for us to talk about hypotheticals only, because again, if
yes,
it's
hypotheticals only.
yeah, so not the real persons and not the
No.
real thing. You just
No.
gotta make up a story.
Absolutely. Making up a story, totally fiction. So
Thank
my question is, if someone, first off, how often how often would one have to file a perception of conflict of interest form? Is it once per topic? Is it every time it shows up on the agenda? Is it, how often? That's part one.
My favorite lawyer answer is it depends. It depends what it is. If different matters, different issues are going to come up, then it may be that the perception of your interest, financial interest or bias or something is different in each of those. Usually it would be, if you're doing a hearing and it's 10 days, you file that one time, or you make that disclosure one time. If that same entity comes back 6 months later, you could go in and renew your other, or just say, I've already put this on record. So-and-so is my so-and-so, and, I'm not prohibited from participating, and I'll make my decision based on the laws of the town and the Commonwealth. So
Okay.
It is not okay to do a blanket. It can never apply just across the board because you don't know what they're going to bring before you. So because of that, you do have to be thoughtful about it. Obviously, though, if you have already filed a disclosure with regard to a particular entity, you're going to remember that when they come before you, and you can refer back. I don't think that's something that would be easily forgotten.
Yeah. Okay. So part two is in this hypothetical situation, if the immediate family, so say it's a child, right, is no longer a child or a parent or a sibling is not financial, like there's no financial ties between that person and the counselor, school committee member, whoever. there's no financial ties between them and the group. So we don't necessarily go through and pick apart line items. Like when we look at the town budget, it's an up or down. So if someone had a member of their immediate family who had a financial interest in one of the items that's contained within a full budget, do they need to recuse from the entire budget process if they are financially independent from their child, sibling, spouse, maybe not spouse, but parent? Does that make sense?
Yes, these are all fantastic issues. And prior to your tenure, there were a lot of problems as well in other towns about this and cities. And there's actually a case about it. What is allowed if you have a family member? It's if a family member has a financial interest, you have a financial interest. You're basically put in the shoes of the individual. So you still couldn't participate if in a matter in which your family member, immediate family member, had a financial interest, sister, brother, parent, spouse. However, the entire budget is not, is not really what you are doing the entire time you're discussing, right? You're talking about this department, that department, etc. So if anyone were to have a immediate family member who's either a counselor or a school committee member and going to act on warrants for payment and budgets, they would want to recuse themselves from anything to do with the financial part of that warrant that was dealing with their immediate family members' pay. One of the things that we recommend is, make sure that you decide the day on which you're going to talk about that thing, because it's easiest to plan not to be there to talk about that, whatever it is. It is also a good idea at the budget, at the bottom of the budget, to say, when you guys sign it, to sign saying other than lines, whatever. So every time, a family member's line is going to be implicated, then just reference it. Don't vote on it in person, or remotely, and then don't, approve it even generally at the end. But you can vote yes on the whole budget. You could vote yes on a whole warrant for payment. It just, you're not dealing with those portions.
I would like to ask the following question that follows on this, and that is, what is the definition of recusal? Does it mean I need to state that I'm recusing myself? Do I need to leave the room? Should I not listen to the debate? What is the action that goes with recusal?
Yeah, and that's a really good question. The basic rule is that recusal means non-participation. Okay, so it means you are completely removing yourself from acting in your official position with regard to that matter. Which is why earlier we said you need to get up from the table and sit in the audience. Because when you sit at the table, you're participating, even if you say nothing. In terms of staying in the room, that's another one where it's a judgment call for you. It's an open meeting. Everyone is allowed to be at open meetings. And so that you're not required to leave. Sometimes a person who is recusing themselves will leave because they don't want the other members of their board or committee to feel pressured to decide one way or another because of that individual, because of what that individual has disclosed. And sometimes those other individuals want to file a disclosure saying, hey, even though that's our contemporary here, we're not going to make a decision based on her status as an elected official, but instead on the matter that's in front of us. So it is, if you want to ensure that you are not engaged in or not participating in a matter, you get up from the table and sit in the audience. You don't have to say why you're recusing yourself. Just say, I'm not going to participate in this. You can stand up and leave. I mean, in theory, if an issue was coming up that was very uncomfortable and you didn't want to recuse, and not meaning you, but any person, you could just avoid going for that part of the meeting and not be part of the meeting. Be part of the quorum for that portion of the meeting.
Shalini, you have your hand up on this one?
Um, Just further clarification on financial interest. So if I understand that if you're living in a neighborhood and your house is directly impacted, that's a direct interest. But what if you're living in a neighborhood and there's a change that's being discussed that could potentially either enhance the value of your house or decrease the value of the house? Would that be considered a financial interest?
So the Ethics Commission makes decisions one by one, which is not a surprise because all of these, discussions we're having about the conflict of interest law depend on the facts. If you are an abutter to an abutter within 350 feet, a direct across the street abutter or diagonal abutter, then you cannot participate in that matter because it's presumed that you have a financial interest. The only way to dispel that presumption is to have an appraiser make an appraisal based on that thing happening or not happening. But if you're in one of those abutter to abutter and there's a financial interest, the question becomes, or a potential financial interest, the question becomes whether it's a remote and speculative financial interest or it's direct and foreseeable. So if it's a question about something that may happen in 15 years, I don't think the Ethics Commission would find that that was direct and foreseeable. If it was something that's going to happen next month, it'd be a harder argument to make.
I think we should go on because we really only have a few minutes left.
Certainly. So what is the protocol for a counselor emailing and communicating with a committee? One of the questions too was, do I always have to write the words, do not reply to all or something, or do not reply? There is no required form. Okay. Again, I think the law is clear. The law says you cannot communicate amongst a quorum about your feelings, ideas, beliefs, and concerns about things within the council's jurisdiction. That's pretty broad. However, administrative matters are entirely acceptable to be conducted by email or by telephone. Are you going to be open on Monday night? I'd like to schedule it for 7 p.m. No, I'm not going to be done till 8:30. That kind of an email does not violate the open meeting law, even if it's copied to everyone, because it's ministerial in nature and it doesn't share feelings, ideas, beliefs, concerns, and opinions. So in every training session that I do, I encourage boards at the start of their service to recognize the limitations that email creates, or the risks that email creates, and make a conscious effort to avoid emailing about municipal business. And one of the ways to do that, let's say someone asks for an agenda item to be included on the agenda and they send it to everyone. Is that a violation of the open meeting law? Not in and of itself. But if someone writes back and says, thank goodness, I've been waiting for this for 5 years. Yes, please get that on the agenda. That's a feeling, idea, belief, and concern. It's a violation of the open meeting law. So including a message, do not reply to all, is useful to remind people, but it's not required by law.
Continuing on.
What's the last one? Can counselors share their perspectives and or research on issues being discussed in the council, but not yet voted with residents in newsletters, district meetings, or social media? Or do we have to wait till after the vote? So we somewhat talked about this. You are not prohibited from having, discussions with constituents about matters that are ongoing or will appear, whether that's in a newsletter or anything else. The risk comes when you create that quorum. And so whether, as I said, when we were talking about the issue of, one person holds a district meeting and 4 other counselors attend, and that counselor, tries to include the other counselors by saying, right, don't you think, isn't this what we decided? That's a violation of the open meeting law. So it's really a matter of making sure that you're being thoughtful about what it is that you're sending out. And the other important part of that is, if it has to do with something that's pending, and people's rights are going to be adjudicated, then you should not share your opinion in public places. You should wait until you're in, a group, in a meeting with the group, properly posted under that appropriate agenda item. And why? Because when challenges are brought, they are often brought to based on bias and pre-deciding a matter, et cetera. Does that mean if you are a huge supporter of affordable housing, you can't, blog with people about affordable housing? No, it doesn't mean that. You can, but you shouldn't blog about that matter, that particular matter. Newsletters, and I do a training every year or many years for the city councilors who are newly elected. And one of the things that a lot of counselors talked about is their newsletter and their webpage. And essentially, I encouraged them to use that communication tool to tell people about what's happening. There's an accident on First Street. We're going to be meeting about da 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 on Friday night. If you're interested in this, go there. Planning board meeting is on an interesting topic, or whatever it is. Get the information out there, but not your feelings, ideas, beliefs, and concerns. It helps avoid all of those issues that we were talking about.
I believe there's one maybe final question.
Okay. Can a counselor residing in a neighborhood vote on an issue related to that neighborhood? Is that the one?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we talked about if you're in a neighborhood, can you vote on something affecting your neighborhood? And we talked about the financial interest that's assumed if you're in a butter to an abutter within 350 feet across data. But if you're not one of those, you're not prohibited from voting. However, as I indicated earlier, one of the ways that we typically recommend ensuring that you cannot be found or not be said to have a financial interest in it is to have an appraiser. And it doesn't have to be the kind of appraisal that you would submit to a court or something like that, but to ask an appraiser to tell you, hey, if we had, wider sidewalks in this neighborhood, would people, be, able to sell their houses easier? If that's the case, you don't want to answer, you don't want to participate until you are comfortable that your financial interest is not going to be implicated.
Okay, Jennifer?
Yes, I want to ask you about the newsletter. So are you saying that in a newsletter, we can't express an opinion?
I am not saying that. You can express opinions. And again, I always say at these council trainings, you are counselors, you are elected. That's because you do have opinions and people want them. It is not prohibited for you to send out a newsletter that has opinions in it or that, shares opinions. If you are adjudicating someone's rights or an entity's rights, however, as the council, then no, you should not share your opinion. I always come from the most, I look at everything and I decide what's the least risky, right? So when you start, you're like, I want to get this information out there. I'm asking, what's the risk associated with that? How high a risk level? And the more that you are shown or demonstrated to have had an opinion about a matter pending before the council, when you give your opinion or right before, that exposes your position to challenge. And so sometimes it makes no difference, but once in a while, that's added in a complaint challenging the council's action or, the board's action. So it's something you want to be thoughtful about. I do recommend, if you like to share opinions about, let's say about affordable housing, just because I know that's a matter that people have a lot of opinions about. There are also ways to identify on your Facebook page or in your newsletter, I am sending this in my official position as a city councilor, as a town councilor. If you want to, access my personal page, it can be found here. And on your personal page, you say, this is my personal page. If you want to access my, my town councilor page or to contact me about official business, go there. So that can be helpful. And that can help kind of sort out the kinds of information that are going on both sides of things.
We had to start this session a little late, and there may be ongoing questions. I do want to point out that Lauren's opinions are available to us. The best way to get an opinion is to ask a question of Paul, who is the person that manages the communications with Lauren. So if there's follow-up questions to this or any other questions that didn't get answered, I want to invite you to submit those. And then I also want to say that we have encouraged, and Paul does, make sure that if one counselor asks a question, the question and the response to that question is shared with all counselors for when we get legal opinions. Okay? Are there any other final comments? Lauren, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to adjourn this session, and we're going to immediately go into our next session, which is our regular town council meeting.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So, given that it's 6:30, we will take a break at some point, but I'm going to now call the, given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the April 25th, 2022 regular town council meeting to order at 6:31. I'm going to do one more check on mics, just to make sure everybody can hear and be heard. Shalini Balmilne,
Present.
Pat DeAngelis,
Present.
Anna Devon Gothier,
Present.
Lynn Griesmer's present, Amanda Johannicki,
Present.
Anika Lopes,
Present.
Michelle Miller.
She stepped out.
Okay, she'll be back, I'm sure. Dorothy Pam,
Here.
Pam Rooney,
Here.
Kathy Shane,
Here.
Andy Steinberg,
Present.
Jennifer Taub,
Present.
Alicia Walker.
Present.
Thank you. And we are going to quickly go to the announcements, which are on the screen and on your agenda. And let me just mention, there was one additional announcement that was shared with us and is now placed in the packet. And that is the announcement coming from the elementary school committee, building committee. And they will be holding a public forum on the 6th, Kathy? On the 5th from
Yep.
6:30 to 9.
Yeah,
Okay.
there is a flyer that are distributed to the council, but I think we also place it in the, or Athena will place it in the packet. And this will be, I haven't posted it yet as a meeting, but it will be posted as a meeting, and the school population will get it through their newsletter.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to now proceed to the hearing, which is on the Town Council and Finance Committee public hearing about the regional school budget. Prior to doing that, I'm going to ask Andy Steinberg to call the Finance Committee to order.
Do so at 6:35. And I don't believe we have any members of the committee who are in attendance other than those who are presently
Bob
in the
Heg-
council meeting.
Bob Hegner.
Bob Hegner is here. Bob, you want to confirm that you can hear and we can hear you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And we don't have a presentation on this, We did have an extensive presentation at a prior town meeting. I mean, I'm sorry, Jesus. Ooh, excuse me, at a prior town council meeting on the regional school budget. But I have asked Andy Steinberg, who is chair of the finance committee, to give just a very brief overview of why we deal with the regional school budget now versus starting a week from now when we deal with the rest of the budget.
Well, basically, this regional schools are a separate entity from the town, and the town budget that will be presented on May 2nd by the town manager will include all of the municipal departments and the library and the elementary schools, all which are part of the town government. The regional schools is a separate budget process, and it is has a separate way of proceeding on its own. And because it involves contributions from 4 different towns, it creates this exception. The charter, the Amherst charter that has established this form of government, has a provision in section 5.5C that enables the council, if there is such a reason as present, to consider the regional school budget separately. And that is what we are doing. And because a public hearing must be held on each section of the budget, we have to have a separate public hearing regarding this section of the budget. Also, it has to precede the vote on the budget, which is going to take place presumably on May 2nd, is when it's scheduled, which is meant to coincide with the timing of town meetings of the 3 other participating communities, which are towns, and establish their budgets through a town meeting as opposed to through a council. So that's why we're having a separate process now.
And following the hearing tonight, the Finance Committee will have one more opportunity tomorrow, starting at 9 o'clock, to ask questions and discuss the regional school budget, both operating and capital, as well as the formula. So according to our new rules for public hearings, I first ask whether there's any questions from the council. I want to remind you that we have an opportunity later in the agenda to ask questions as well. Yeah, I'm seeing none. So I'm going to now go and ask the audience, are there public comments or questions? Please raise your hand. I have caller 0810. Would you please identify yourself? And go ahead.
Yes, this is Vince O'Connor, and I just have a comment about the budget. Essentially, the regional school budget from the point of view of income, as opposed to addressing a particular program that should or should not be funded. My comment about income is that in 3 parts. That first, in the 1980s, Amherst College, after a brief period of having a co-ed institution with fraternities, bought out all the fraternities whose buildings basically surround 2/3 of the downtown and turned them into dormitories. And in the process of doing so, in 5 years, removed them from the tax rolls, creating a structural budget deficit for the municipality that has persisted until this day. My view is that a joint committee of the council and the school committee ought to pursue with Amherst College an agreement by which Amherst College would contribute at least $1 million to the school budgets of both the region and the elementary school budget. The second comment about income has to do with the university. The university has demolished its family housing that contributed 45 to 50 students from untaxed properties. But there remains the fact that the university grants parking permits to over, I think, 12,000 individuals. And my view is that since those individuals travel over town roads on the way to the university, that the university should pay somewhere between $50 and $100 per permit granted by the university for the automobiles of individuals who either have out-of-state registrations or whose vehicles are garaged in a municipality other than ours. That would raise in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, which I think would help fund these schools. The third issue is a budgetary issue that is in the control of the council itself without negotiation, which is that as much as I support the CREST program, I do not believe that it is fiscally rational to increase the amount of money spent on policing or performing activities that the police now perform in the municipality. That I believe that for every 2 CREST employees that are put on the street to deal with issues that the police now deal with in a more trained, appropriate way, that the police force, the armed police force, ought to be reduced by 1 officer. For every 2 CREST individuals, you reduce the police department, the armed police department, by 2 individuals. Through early retirement and other, I think, employee-friendly activities rather than simply slashing, and department-friendly activities rather than simply slashing X number of employees from the police department without regard for how that's done. This again would bring, I think, into the hundreds of thousands of dollars available, rather than trying to fund the CREST program by increasing the police budget. So those are my comments. I believe that the income aspect of school funding is as important as how the money is distributed within the schools, and that it is about time that we pursued a much more vigorous program of getting funding from the institutions that essentially live in the community but contribute very to the municipal budget an inconsequential amount of money to the detriment of every student, elementary and secondary, in the community.
Vince, thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments at this time on the regional school budget? Seeing none, I'm going to go back and ask if there's any other counselor comments or questions. Seeing none, then Andy, I'm going to ask you to move to close the hearing, and then also we need a second, and then also we'll have the adjournment of the Finance Committee.
Okay, I move to close the hearing, and I think the seconder has to be somebody who's from the committee.
In that case, I second it.
So we've been a motion that's made and seconded to close the hearing. And I'll just go through real quickly to make sure that we have, to see what the vote is on closing the hearing. Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Lynn
Yes.
Griesmer, and Bob Hegner, do you have a opinion on closing the hearing?
I support the motion.
And I vote yes, so that it is 5-0 amongst the voting members, and the one non-voting member of the committee has expressed his support for the motion. The hearing is closed, and as is our practice, the committee, the chair can just declare adjournment, and I do so.
Excellent. Thank you, Andy. We're going to now move to public comment. And again, I'm going to ask the audience if there's anybody who would like to make public comment. Please raise your hand. Are there any other people who would like to make public comment? I see that. Okay, we're going to limit public comment to 3 minutes. And Vince, if there's additional comment to what you were going to make, please go ahead. We're going to bring you into the room first. And
Oh, thank you very much.
I'm
I
not sure
didn't
you can see the
anticipate-
clock, but I will be keeping time.
I
Okay.
can't, but I, because I'm simply doing this by telephone.
Yep.
And a old Verizon landline. So I did not anticipate that I would be the only commentator on the previous hearing. And I do have a comment. I believe that it is time that the city establish a refugee and asylum applicant resettlement commission in light of all the various very tragic activities across the world, and that and I have a proposal in writing which I will transmit to the chair and ask that she provide it to the members, or I don't know if it's automatically provided. Essentially asking that a commission be established, that it not be staffed, that its sole purpose would be to identify housing that might be available, either housing in owner-occupied dwellings or in rental dwellings that would be made available. Folks who are granted refugee status or asylum status are often provided with financial resources by the United States government, which is why the government does limit the number of people that it admits. And so it's not that these facilities would be given gratis, but that they would be made available. I think that if we are going to see any movement at all on the national level to speed up the process of admitting refugees from Afghanistan, from Ukraine, from the Horn of Africa, from Haiti, and other countries that have suffered just grievously, environmentally from wars and so forth, that one of the ways we can do that rather than simply passing resolutions is to offer identifiable housing through a municipal commission that wouldn't require anything but minimal funding, and that would essentially allow our citizens to come forward and and do so in a way that would have an impact beyond their individual acts. It's housing were provided by 15 or 20 families and rental institutions, and offered to the Department of Homeland Security by a refugee resettlement commission of the community. I think it would have a much greater impact than that housing were offered individually. And so I just invite the members of the council to review the written proposal that I will transmit to the chair and consider whether to take some action to do something that needs to be done right now.
Vince, thank you for your comment. We look forward to receiving your memo. Okay.
Thank you.
The other hand that is up is Dr. Almakar Shabazz. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Very good. I am a resident here in South Amherst, and I name is Amilcar Shabazz. Participated in a community forum, and one of the things that came out of it that I wish to speak to is noting that Section 10.11 of the Amherst Home Rule Charter, adopted on March 27, 2028, requires the Town Council to create a participatory budgeting commission. In accordance with the Town Charter, the purpose of the participatory budgeting commission is to propose a measure to adopt participatory budgeting or other similar method of resident participation in the budgeting process in Amherst. On the town's website, we see that committee is now all the terms have expired. Kathy Shane was a town councilor that was one of the members from 2019 to 2021, so no doubt could speak to the disappearance of that commission. But coming out of the meeting that was held, we would really like to see the town council to revisit the participatory budgeting commission and look to fulfill Section 10.11 of the Amherst Home Rule Charter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Almakar. Are there any other comments at this time? Seeing none, we're going to go to the consent agenda. And Athena will put the consent agenda up on the board. Okay. The following items were selected because they were considered to be routine and it was reasonable to expect they would pass with no controversy. To remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion later in the meeting, ask that it be removed when I finish the list. That does not require a second. Okay, the motion is as follows: to move the following items into printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. 6A, adoption of the 2022 Jewish Heritage Month Proclamation. 6B, adoption of the 2022 Arbor Month Proclamation. 8B, approval of proposed crosswalk on East Pleasant Street between Triangle and Prey Streets. 8C, referral of proposed flood map zoning bylaw. 8E, referral of optional tax exemptions for FY23. 8F, designation of solar bylaw working group as special municipal employees. 8H, adoption of proposed amendment Town Council Rules of Procedure regarding motions. 9A, approval of town manager appointments to the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee. 11A to D, approval of the following Town Council meeting minutes: March 21, 2022, special Town Council meeting minutes work session, March 21, 2022, special town council meeting minutes, public forum on Community Preservation Act appropriations, March 21, 2022, regular town council meeting minutes, April 4, 2022, regular town council meeting minutes. Pam Rooney,
Can we remove 8.B, please?
8.B. Did you say B as in Betty? Yes, okay. Michelle,
Can you clarify 8H, please? I'm just not sure what that is.
8H. That relates directly to the issue of asking committees that when they pass motions at their meetings, in terms of recommending some to the council, that we also ask the committee to draft the motion that will go on the motion sheet for the council. It's a way of trying to help Athena get these motions together faster.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Pam, you still have your hand up? Okay, so the motion is as it appears on the screen, except for the removal of 8B, approval of proposed crosswalk on East Pleasant Street between Triangle and Prey Streets. Is there a second?
Shane seconds.
Thank you, Kathy. Then I'm going to move to the roll call. Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devon Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Aye.
Elisha Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Baumil.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Okay, and we're going to go on to two quick points where we actually look at the proclamations we have just passed. And with regard to the 2022 Jewish American Heritage Month proclamation, Dorothy, would you please read the last full paragraph and tell us a little bit about the upcoming event?
Thank you. Now therefore, we, the Amherst Town Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May to be Jewish American Heritage Month in the town of Amherst and encourage all to celebrate the history and contributions of Jewish Americans to our culture and society. We will be reading this proclamation from the steps of Town Hall this Thursday at 3:30, which is also Holocaust Remembrance Day, and there will be live klezmer music at the occasion. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
And Shalini Baumil, would you please do the same with the Arbor Month proclamation, the last paragraph?
Now, therefore, we, the town council of the town of Amherst, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Arbor Month in the town of Amherst. And we urge all residents to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and to support our town's urban forestry program.
Thank you. And just give me 2 seconds. I believe that we are a little ahead, and so I don't see I'm going to skip over, if you will, to item 8B. And we have planner Ben Brieger with us. And this item was removed from the consent agenda. And Pam, would you like to speak to the reason you would like it removed?
Sure. The reason I wanted to speak to it separately is that the plans that were provided as part of the illustrations included, this is, sorry, in the weeds, it includes a parking space just to the north of the crosswalk, which the TAC advised be removed to improve sight distances and safety. But the plan still shows it. So I would like to have us approve it with the removal of that parking space. Thank you.
And Ben, would you like to speak to that issue?
Hi, thanks, Lynn. I'm happy to have Guilford take that if you'd like.
Okay, Guilford.
Hi. The parking space was left in because if you're crossing the street, you're actually looking to the left and the cars approaching you are coming from your left, and the parking lot spaces do not block any sight distance. That's why the space was left there. If it was on the other side, or if it was on the parking space was on the left side of that crosswalk, we would have taken that one out so you had more sight distance, but you have unlimited sight distance looking to the left since the driveway is to your left and your car's approaching you are to the left. So that's why that was left, that parking space was left.
Is there, Pam, did you have further questions that you want to ask about that?
I guess I would say I can accept that, except the situation is very similar to exiting Prey Street onto East Pleasant. And it's really difficult to actually see the southbound traffic as you edge out onto East Pleasant Street. And I would just, I think that's probably true, and I think that's probably safe, but I'm worried that you have to literally be out and, into the travel lanes to have a southbound car see you on that crosswalk. Thank you.
Did you therefore want to amend the motion, which I will start by making the motion, okay? Okay, I'm going to now make the motion unless there's additional questions. Okay, the motion is to approve the installation of a new crosswalk across East Pleasant Street between Prey Street and Triangle Street as shown on a drawing prepared by the Department of Public Works Engineering Division entitled ADA Ramp Reconstruction East Pleasant Street, dated October 2021. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move to Anna Devlin Gothier.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Mandy Jo Hannicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yep.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Shalini Balmilne.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay. And let me just check once more. Okay. Sean Mangano and Guilford, you are both present. And so I'm going to go to item 8D, the FY23 water and sewer rates. Okay. Is there a brief, we have the slides ready from the memo, if you'd like to proceed. Sean?
Yeah, Athena, do you want me to pull up those slides or do you want to pull them up?
I've got them right here.
Okay, thank you. So you can go to slide number 3. So for FY23, we're proposing some increases to the rates. The water rate, we are proposing going to $4.75, which is a 15-cent increase from the FY22 rates or 3.3%. This equates to roughly a $14 per year increase on average when we look at Amherst average consumption, or $1.15 per month. The sewer rate, we're proposing to go to $5.20 per 100 cubic feet, which is a 30-cent increase or 6.1% increase to the rate. The average increase there is $27 per year, or on average, or $2.25 per month. On the right side of this slide, you'll see the rate history. So the solid lines are the actual rates and the dotted lines are the projected rates. So just a couple things to note here. You can see it does start to tick up kind of sharply in FY21. Long term, the rates going to where we're showing them to go, that is driven by the capital improvement, the capital projects that have been authorized by the council. There's three projects, one in water and two in sewer, that are adding a significant amount of debt to the enterprise funds, and that's why the rates are being driven up. So long term, that's where the rates are headed. The near term, it's been a little choppier than we would have wanted in terms of how we ramp up into those rates, and that's been due to the pandemic. The impact of the pandemic and the closure of the university and the colleges on the consumption levels. When consumption drops, the rate has to increase in order to make up the same amount of revenue. And so that's been sort of uneven. So our consumption dropped in FY21, dropped even further in FY22, but we're anticipating it to start to recover and get back to normal levels. And then the other thing about enterprise funds is, and Guilford can speak to this if there's questions, there's just, it's not as variable as you might want it to be. When consumption drops, there's not that many expenses in those enterprise funds that can drop proportionally, because you still have to maintain the infrastructure, still have to make sure the water's clean and all the things you have to do to treat. So enterprise funds, or these ones in particular, are just not very flexible when consumption drops. Next slide. So sort of a recap of what I just said, the main causes for the proposed rate increases are annual increases in wages and benefits. So those generally will go up north of 2% for cost of living adjustment steps. Health insurance and pension costs are all handled within the enterprise fund. So the rate has to be able to support those, which rise over time. The reduction in consumption, which just so people have a idea of how much consumption was impacted from the pandemic. We saw a 20% drop in water consumption from FY19 to FY21. Again, we're anticipating this will start to recover, but it does create some uncertainty about how quickly it will recover and to what level. We know there's several new developments in town, on campus, off campus, which will increase water consumption, but there's lots of initiatives to reduce water consumption. So the next couple of years will be important in determining what's sort of our normal level for consumption going forward. The significant capital improvements for the three capital projects. So in the water fund, it's the Centennial Water Treatment Plant, which I think was 11 million authorized a couple of years ago, in addition to some engineering money. And then in the sewer fund, the gravity belt thickener and the reuse water project, which was about 7 million. And then the last thing for this year in particular, for the sewer fund, we reduced indirect costs, which support the general fund, and we reduced capital costs. These are expenses in the sewer fund. So for indirect, it's a cost that the sewer fund pays to the general fund to help support the payroll and accounts payable and human resources, everything that town hall does for the enterprise fund. So that was reduced in FY22, and then capital costs were also reduced in FY22. And that was done intentionally to try to smooth out the impact of the pandemic, because it had a very sharp impact on the sewer fund. So as we look to come out of the pandemic, we've restored those to what they would have been if they weren't cut. And so that's made the increase in the sewer fund a little bit bigger than the water fund, which is why you see the larger increase. And just to note that the Finance Committee will be discussing the enterprise funds in more detail in May when we do the deep dive into each of the department budgets. Next slide. So we are pursuing a few different options to try to mitigate some of the capital costs. We are still looking at ways to potentially generate revenue from the reuse water program. As we take on the new debt for the sewer, there's sewer rate relief grants that we plan on applying for. And then the big one that's sort of new is for the Centennial Water Treatment Plant. We're exploring financing through the Mass Clean Water State Revolving Fund, which if we finance it through them, there's supposed to be a pretty beneficial interest rate. And then there's also possible forgiveness of some of the cost. And so we're going to, Guilford and Amy are looking into that very closely. And then also Finance Committee has assigned a couple members to work with Guilford, Amy, and myself, and the town manager to look at alternative rate structures. That when the rate structures won't impact, won't change the amount of revenue we get, but it might change where it comes from and how it's distributed. And then next slide. So these are just some comparables for everyone if they want to see what our neighbors are charging. So a new thing this year, thanks to Amy, is that we have Amherst average consumption. I think in past years we just had state average. So this year we've added an extra section there in the middle. So you've got your towns on the left, Amherst average consumption, water and sewer and total bill, and then state average consumption, water, sewer and total bill. And so Amherst, you can see our average consumption is a little bit lower. And then the two yellow, so we have our FY22 average bills and then FY23 average bills. You can see how that compares. For all the other towns, so that's based on FY22 rates, except for the state average, which is, I think, from FY18, because they don't report that data either in a timely fashion or they stopped doing it. So you can see that we're still sort of in the mid to lower half. Even our FY23 rates are still in that mid to lower half of our surrounding towns. Next slide. And Guilford and I are happy to take any questions you have.
Let me mention that this is a referral to the Finance Committee, and then it will come back again so that residents will have time to both talk to the Finance Committee and then also back to the council when it comes forward. So are there questions from the council before we move to a motion? Kathy.
I don't have a question. Sean, it was an excellent presentation. I just want to make a comment. To the extent the Finance Committee is looking at some alternatives, it would not have any impact on the coming year rates. This is more in the future how we might structure them. So I thought it was good news that we might be able to get some help with the financing of the Centennial plant, but we're not looking to come back to you. It's where we're almost May now with a new way of doing rates.
Thank you. Pam?
Yeah, I was going to ask if there are any communities out there that actually incentivize the reduction of consumption. I'm always bothered by the fact that when the big users use less, our rates go up. And I understand why, but I would like to ask if there are other methods for assessing rates.
Guilford or Sean, please.
Guilford, do you want me to start?
Yes, you can start.
So I can just tell you some of the things that our group is going to look at, and it's based on what some other towns do. So one of the things we're going to look at are higher fixed cost or like a fixed fee. We don't have very high fixed fees. We're pretty much all consumption based. So we were going to look at larger meter fees depending on the size of the meter and the size of the user. And then we were also going to look at possibly block rates. So potentially higher rates the more you use. Guilford, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, well, I'm freezing a little bit. There are communities that do incentivize conserving water. Actually, most of them are bigger communities. A lot of them are actually in the West right now. If you pay attention to Las Vegas, they actually pay you to get rid of your grass and get rid of your lawn and go natural with your lawn. So you can be paid for that. The one issue you have to worry about is your fixed costs stay the same. Even if you reduce your consumption, we still have to maintain the same infrastructure and we still have to meet the same requirements from DEP. DEP requirements are becoming some of the most costly part of our budget. It's just we have power, we have consumables, but meeting the regulations and going through the testing we do every week is actually becoming very expensive. So you can incentivize it, but no matter how you incentivize it, if your consumption goes down, your fixed costs still stay the same. And so you then have to figure out a way to maintain your revenue to cover your fixed costs. So it's kind of a two-edged sword. You want people to conserve, but then again, you have to raise prices because you've conserved. That's how it usually works.
Okay, Pam, anything else? Okay, I also want to mention that we are also in the middle of reviewing both through TSO and the Finance Committee, the bylaws for both sewer and water and the regulations. Any changes to those will not impact this year, this coming year. Those impacts would be in future years. So we just need to keep those two items separate at this time. Dorothy?
I just want to emphasize that the comparison chart that you, in your mailers with your rates or whatever, that you let people know that although we are raising our rates because of necessary redundancies and the maintenance of our system, that we really still have quite good rates, and they should see it as such.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other comments? Then I'm going to move to a motion. The motion is to refer the town manager's April 19, 2022 recommendation to increase water rates from $4.60 per 100 cubic feet to $4.75 per 100 cubic feet, and sewer rates from $4.90 per 100 cubic feet to $5.20 per 100 cubic feet to the Finance Committee for a report and recommendation to the Town Council by May 16th, 2022. Is there a second?
Shane seconds.
Okay. Any further discussion or comment? Seeing none, I'm going to go to Lynn Griesmer as an aye, Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Baumel,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Just looking, we're waiting for different people who are coming for both the discussion regarding Amherst Media and the discussion regarding the regional school budget.
So Lynn, excuse me,
Yes,
Mike Morris is available if you'd like him to log on now.
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so we are going to back to 8A. And Superintendent Morris, welcome. He's not here yet, okay. We're waiting for the superintendent to log in. When the superintendent logs in, we're not going to go to a presentation since he's already presented the regional school budget. And it was discussed for basically almost 3 hours at the finance committee meeting. This is an opportunity for the full council to ask any more questions before it goes back to the finance committee tomorrow. And they come back on May 2nd with their recommendation. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Morris. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you all?
Fine. We're fine, thank you. I mentioned that you'd already made a significant presentation at the previous town council meeting, and that you and Doug spent at least 3 hours with us at the finance committee meeting. But this is an opportunity if counselors have any questions before we go back to the finance committee for a recommendation. So the floor is open for questions. Mandy Jo.
Yes, I just have one, and I'm not even sure it's for Dr. Morris or whether it's for Sean. Thank you for the new council order regarding the athletic fields that says track and field improvements for 1.5 million if we authorize it. And so my question is, can we modify that order to say, instead of just track and field improvements in accordance with option 3 in the document titled, and then the right document title in this packet, it's track field PowerPoint 2.25.22 in our packet. And if we did that, would the region only be able to borrow for the larger project, but not the smaller project? Like, is that legal to do? And if so, is that the consequence of doing that?
Sean?
I'll defer to Sean. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would need a legal opinion on it. I think so. Generally, council has to act upon what the regional school committee voted, and so if we did that, it would create this weird gray area where the other towns are voting something different than what Amherst is voting. I think the key is that all the towns have to be voting the same thing. So I think the council has to act on what the school committee voted, or essentially it's voting down what the school committee voted.
Okay. Any further question, Mandy Jo? Are there any other questions regarding the school budget? I'm seeing none, so we will see. I think we're going to see Doug tomorrow. And thank you for joining us, Superintendent Morris.
Oh, my pleasure, and thank you for your support of the schools. I appreciate it.
Great. Anna, do you want to go ahead with your presentation before we take a break?
I'm looking for either thumbs up or thumbs down from fellow counselors who might need a break now versus after.
Would people like a break?
Dorothy, that's not a thumb. I don't know what it means. Okay, so you're saying,
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
And we will
Thank you.
be reconvening at 7:32.
That's 10 minutes.
10 minutes, I'm sorry. This, I wish this-
7:27 sounds like maybe 5.
7:27,
All right.
thank you. This clock is wrong. Please mute and also turn your video off.
faking me out. All right. So you're going, I'm later. All right. No problem. Lynn, that feels a little deceptive. That was Michelle's joke. I just said it out loud. I have no regrets.
If you returned, please put your picture back up. Pam, I think you're the person I'm looking for. I know she is. There she is. Okay. We are now going to go to item number 7, which is a presentation and discussion. And I want to mention a couple things as we go into this. First of all, we apologize for the last minute responses to both counselor questions and those submitted by Amherst Media Board President Artie McCollum. This has been a work in progress. Getting the answers to all those questions took a little while, and even then, some of them are in very draft form. But I also want to especially thank Counselor Michelle Miller for opening up the conversation with the president of Amherst Media that allowed us to get to the point of having this conversation today. Artie has joined us this evening for this discussion and would like to make a few opening comments. And I understand, Artie, that this is, where are you? Ah, there you are. Thank you. I understand you have, he's still connecting. Ah. Artie, it may be that you're going to have trouble if you show both your picture and try to be live voice. But let's try it, okay? So we'd like to invite Artie McCollum, who is now president of Amherst Media, to make a few opening comments. Artie, you need to unmute and hi.
Hello all. Oh.
Can everybody hear me? Yes, we can. Thank
Okay.
you. And thanks
Sorry,
for
I was having,
joining us.
you're welcome. Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties. So no, I wanted to thank the town council for discussing Amherst Media tonight. You know, for the past 2 years, we've been trying to find an affordable and temporary location until we break ground on our new Main and Gray location. You know, despite the challenges of the pandemic, you know, we've raised 2/3 of the funds for that facility through grants and donations, and paid off the mortgage on the property and plan to break ground in 2023. At the same time, our lease with Eversource is coming to an end, and after much negotiation and intervention on our behalf from the town council, from the town manager, from other representatives, we were able to get an extension through June 30th of 2022. The relocation is temporary. As I said, we have the majority of the funds raised for the building, but we really need the assistance of the council and community here. We're really looking for assistance on 2 fronts. One is we want to assure that we have been working at this, trying to find a temporary location for 2 years now, whether that's been extending the lease through Eversource, looking for affordable temporary housing in the town, working with the town manager to try and find places that, that we could go that's town owned. It was also because the property, all of the media equipment and audio visuals is all town owned property, and that the town's responsible or is in the contract to get Amherst Media connected to the iNet. That was sort of why we were thinking that a town property might make most sense versus having to have the town go through and put new connection to the iNet in a private facility. Amherst Media, just for everybody's knowledge, is funded through Comcast revenues, from user fees, not from any town money. And there's other revenues include member fees, rental of our spaces and studio contracts, grants and contributions. And again, Amherst Media does not just air all the local government meetings, but also provides, the young and old and all of the community with classes, meeting space, studio space, editing spaces. You know, the most recent group that's been involved with Amherst Media is a group of high school, Amherst Regional High School Film Club that's been training and working with our director of productions and internships, Alexis Reed. So, you know, really what we're looking for is a sort of to maintain a abbreviated facility that we currently have until we can get, you know, into our new facility, especially given the expense of the rental market that we have here. And to be able to continue to provide the training, the access, the community storytelling that Amherst Media does. And so we're looking for a place to store the essential, the equipment that has a connection for the cable drop to get the, you know, to be able to continue to broadcast our contractual agreements, but also all of the other stories that we do. And then the other thing that, you know, I'm really been pushing for since being president is really trying to find a better means of communication between the town and Amherst Media so that we can clear up ambiguities, minimize delays, and just add to a better collaborative partnership. You know, according to our bylaws, there's supposed to be a town liaison, a town appointed liaison on our board. And officially since the signing of the contract, to my knowledge, that hasn't happened. And there was a cable advisory committee that was disbanded in 2018 following the successful contract negotiations between Comcast and the town of Amherst. You know, maybe this advisory committee could be revised, you know, revived and reappointed to help find a temporary location, make sure that we maintain connectivity and offer the services that we provide the community. You know, Amherst Media is, you know, one of the oldest nonprofit organizations or nonprofit cable stations in the U.S. And so, you know, we not only cover local education and government program, but we also train and provide access to the community members interested in free speech, you know, cultural events, health education, government transparency. And, you know, just the last thing for those people that don't know me, my background is actually not in media at all. My background is in biology, but I, you know, again, have been involved in Amherst Media because I really believe in free speech. I believe in government transparency. I believe in people telling their stories, everybody being able to tell their stories. And so that's kind of why I'm here to, again, try and help us work together better to make, again, Amherst Media good, help us support the town in the way. Thank you very much for the time to make a statement.
Great. And thank you again for joining us. We really appreciate this opportunity to have a public dialogue with you. We did receive a variety of questions from the town council and also from you as president of Amherst Media. And I just want to reference those questions, even though we were not able to get the answers out until very late this afternoon. Because one of the questions dealt with the issue of the town manager and who signs the contract. And so the charter is actually quite clear on this, and that is that all legislative powers of the town are exercised by the town council, and the administration of all town fiscal, prudential, and municipal affairs shall be vested in the executive branch headed by the town manager. So the town manager does sign all contracts and in fact has signed all contracts in the past. And this is true not just with Amherst Media, it's true with any organization that we do business with. So the discussion that I think we really are focused on tonight is the issue of the fact that you need a location, and there's been some extensive back and forth with the town manager regarding that. The fact that you would like to improve communications, and we I think there's some thoughts about how that might happen. And also just to have some clarity about what the purpose is and timing would be of a cable advisory board. So with regard to that, the first item, temporary locations, I gathered there are at least 3 that you all have mentioned once it was clear that the Bang Center was not available, okay? And those 3, from what I understand, are the former Hitchcock Center, which is right by the school that's down in South Amherst or towards South Amherst, the Hickory Ridge Clubhouse, and the South Amherst School. And Paul, I'm going to ask you to just talk briefly about those buildings, although I know you're still exploring more detail about them and where we are on those.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn. So the first, Amherst Media reached out to talk about the Banks Community Center, which is a logical request. We looked at that. There's a lot of pressure on the Banks Community Center right now. We used to have two nonprofits, the Center for New Americans and the Big Brothers and Big Sisters, located on the upper floor. Those leases were terminated. That is the space that the new CREST program and the affiliated services are going into. We're building that out right now and hopes to have that up and ready for occupation later this year. We also took the time to take one of the rooms, the poll room, to install a really, if you haven't been there, a really terrific exhibit of the Civil War tablets. And it's just, they're gorgeous, and there's always more research and more stuff being put on the walls, a beautiful new picture. So if you haven't gone there, make an effort to go there. It's really educational and quite moving, actually. So that takes room. And we've heard many things recently from the health department about their needs, and as they see their mission growing in future years, and also from the senior center as they have additional facilities. They have a bunch of equipment, that exercise equipment they would like to use. And as we all know, we also use as a voting location for meal distribution site for vaccine center. So that building has intense pressure on it. So I asked the building commissioner and the facilities manager and I to tour the buildings that we had that might be possible. So the first building we looked at is the North Amherst School. That's the old school that's right in the center. This is a fully occupied building right now. The lower level is used for the town for permanent storage of HR records and things that we access on a fairly regular basis. It's kind of a chopped up little area down there. And the other is the upper level is used by Community Action of Pioneer Valley as a site for two programs, the Head Start program and an early learning center. So that building is fully occupied. The next building we went to was the Southeast Campus, which used to house the program for Amherst High, which has been relocated to the high school. And so when you walk in, it's a little stunning to see what's in there. But looking from the building commissioner, he said the building's heating system is inoperable. In 2020, we received estimates of approximately $40,000 for needed repairs. The building currently does not have a certificate of occupancy since it has been unoccupied for several years. An inspection would be necessary to test systems for proper operation. The building has a significant amount of surplus furniture that will need to be removed. That's owned by the school district. And during a recent site visit, a thorough cleaning, loose paint, and flooring repairs will also be needed. So that was sort of an eye-opener. I haven't been in there for a few years, and because we had also looked at that space as potential swing space when we were doing our capital project. So that was a disappointment to see the condition of that facility. The next building we looked at was Hickory Ridge, and we looked through that, and this is the old golf clubhouse. And what the building commissioner and facilities manager determined is that the building does not have a certificate of occupancy and has been vacant for several years. The fire alarm is inoperable. Equipment has been disconnected, leaving system repairs necessary. The building's water and gas services have been terminated. The heating system has been drained with condition of equipment in operation unknown. The building is deemed unsafe for occupancy by the building commissioner and fire chief. The formal note, they're preparing the documents to get formal notice to me as manager of the building that we will need to post it for entry by only emergency personnel. And so this is going to be part of the bigger overall look at what to do with Hickory Ridge going forward. And then I asked them to look at the former site of the Hitchcock Center at Larch Hill. And this is on South Pleasant Street. And again, the building does not have a certificate of occupancy. We would have to achieve that. Although formerly occupied by the Hitchcock Center for the Environment, the organization could never afford to fund much needed improvements to the HVA system, roof, or make it ADA accessible. All are in poor condition. The heating system is terminated. In recent years, the basement has flooded with up to 4 feet of water, is connected to an old septic system that has not been maintained in years. The building and land are under the care and control of the Conservation Commission and is intended for conservation purposes. In fact, on the capital improvement program that the Joint Capital Planning Committee looked at this year, they actually funded, put money aside to demolish that building, so that we took this because it's not able to be occupied without incredible investment. And I say also understand, and Dave Zomack can comment if people want to talk more about this, that it can only be used for conservation or conservation education purposes because it's physically on conservation land. So we continue to keep thinking about potential locations. I mean, we're sort of, I've sent some commercial locations to Amherst Media's potential sites that might meet their needs, but I understand the goal for Amherst Media is if they can locate in a town building, there's provision in the agreement that there would be no rent paid. And of course, rather than pay rent, they would like to take that money and put it towards the new structure. So that's a perfectly logical request. So those are the conditions of those 4 buildings. And for each one of them, the building commissioner has emphasized that if we open up a building to the public, which is a public building, we have to make sure that it meets all of the codes and has all the ADA access and all the things that we needed to have, because we're held to a higher standard actually in terms of providing municipal facilities. So I can answer questions.
So
if anybody has any.
let's pause there. And I'm going to ask Artie, do you have any questions regarding any of the comments that the town manager has said at this time?
I don't, thank you.
Okay, are there counselors with questions? Shalini.
Yeah, Paul, could you tell us about the Hickory Ridge? What might be the cost of getting it to be operational? Or did you say Hickory Ridge is only for conservation? No. Which one was?
Yes. So
Hitchcock.
The old Hitchcock, which is what they call Large Hill, is only for conservation.
Okay.
Hickory Ridge is the new golf course that the town purchased. There is another group looking for space from the town as well, which is the coalition. I put it in my town manager report. It's a coalition of community arts groups that are looking for practice and rehearsal space. They're interested in looking at the same buildings, and we've communicated the same types of information to them as well. Hickory Ridge, if you go there, and I have gone there, it's a scary building right now. And so it really isn't going to be there. They haven't condemned it, but they're very close to doing that. They're taking the step right before condemnation, which if they condemn it means we have to get emergency funds to remove the building immediately. Their intention is to make it inaccessible to anybody other than emergency personnel, because it's just in really deplorable condition structurally.
One other question, under clause 6.3 in the contract, you're supposed to have somebody in the board of directors. Do we have someone there right now in that position?
We're going to get to that question later. Let's stay on the facilities issue, okay? All right. Yes, Pat, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Paul, you said that the building systems are up and operable in the Southeast Campus building, and that it would need about 40,000 in repairs. If that money were to be given to the town in lieu of rent by the Amherst Media, would the town consider it? That's a question I have. And then I also have a concern, but perhaps you can answer the question first.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. That was what the estimate was a few years ago. I don't know what the estimate would be today. And I could ask the building commissioner and facilities manager to look at the building to sort of determine if we wanted to occupy the space for any purpose, what would the investment that was needed to make that building operable, operational and occupiable. And, because again, as I said, we had looked at that, or I had in my mind thought of that space as potential swing space when we were moving DPW or something like that, that it was a valuable building to have. So I don't have that number, but we can get a rough estimate for what they think it would cost. I can do that.
And then the other thing, I have a concern that we don't maintain things.
Mhm.
And this is true when there was town meeting. It's, I'm not putting out the
Mhm.
specific responsibility. But I am concerned that we have these buildings and they haven't been taken care of. So, and they're buildings that are basically really accessible and we've lost them. And I'm really concerned about that. There are so many things that we could do with these buildings. So why doesn't Amherst maintain buildings? I mean, it hasn't maintained the fire station. It hasn't maintained the DPW. And there are people working in them. So, I'm.
No, it's a really good question, Pat. These were vacant buildings. First off, the Southeast School was occupied by the school district and that they had it. And it was just a couple years ago where they physically turned it over to us when they relocated their program to the high school. Hickory Ridge, we didn't own until a few months ago. Larch Hill, or the old Hitchcock Center, is, I used it for something like when I first got here, and it was pretty scary then. It was bathrooms weren't functioning, and I don't know how we came into possession of that actually. But I think what happens is the town tends to put the funds into buildings that we're actually using instead of maintaining vacant buildings.
Okay, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, and I still feel like we're wasting resources because I know that it costs money to maintain things, but we've lost the use of several buildings that one youth center could go in. There,
Yeah,
there's so many things. Amherst
yeah.
Media could go in.
Mhm. So again, the building that was in that condition most recently was the East Street School, which we are now, there's a move to demolish that building, but the new developer who wants to come in and build affordable housing is going to utilize it, and that's a good win. We actually looked at the East Street School for, when COVID hit and we didn't have a place for folks who were experiencing homelessness to go if they contracted. Well, we do, actually. We do have rooms available, motel rooms available, but then there was nothing and no motel was taking anybody. And so we actually outfitted, looked at, space that we could bring somebody back from the hospital and house them safely. And it was a struggle to find location. And someone and we looked at all the town buildings at that moment too.
One more, I'd even work with you about in terms of can we find grant funding to repair a building for a specific purpose or something so that we're not losing these properties.
Yeah, so I think there is a bill. So the only programs that the state has for grants is for schools and for libraries. There are no grants for municipal buildings. In fact, that's something we've been lobbying for to get, for fire stations, for DPW facilities. These are things that should have state grant funds because these are very big projects. I think, utilizing, unless you have a purpose for a building, is probably a very low priority for the state or anybody to provide a grant. Right. Yeah. Yeah, whether we put money into a building that's vacant and we have a potential use is a question. So, and in fact, we have set up a committee a couple of years ago to have a property disposition committee to get rid of the properties. If we're not going to use it, sell it, let somebody else do something with it.
So I want to stick to Amherst Media property and their search for property. Michelle, I believe you're next.
Yeah, I have a question for Artie, and then I also have a comment. The question is, I'd like to hear a little bit from you, Artie, about the needs that Amherst Media has, whether it be a town-owned property or a privately owned commercial lease. What sort of needs, specs do you have? And my hope is that this conversation will lead to a foundation in which, after this meeting, you'll have a way to continue with the town identifying a location. So that will be really important to understand. And then just to plant the seed. I don't know if it's desirable by either party, but Paul mentioned that this Arts Coalition is also looking for space. And just thinking creatively and wondering if there's a possibility for Amherst Media and the Arts Coalition to work together to share a space as you're in this transitional period.
No, thank you, Michelle. Yeah, I mean, so currently the building that we're in, right, the Eversource building is about 4,000 square feet. Again, we don't need that much space temporarily, right? That includes the studio and everything. You know, I think that what our board and the executive director have been looking at is somewhere in the, maybe around 2,000 square feet that we could use that temporarily, right? And again, so I think that that's one of the thoughts that it is. Yeah, I mean, I think that Paul mentioned that I'd be curious to hear what the cost would be, especially for the South Street School to upgrade it. It kind of builds on what Pat's saying. If Amherst Media can be in a town building and we're not paying rent, I would have to clear it with the board and the executive director, but there might be some interest in using some of our funds to sort of upgrade a building that could then be used by the town, right? When we vacate that. So that would be something that I'd definitely be interested in exploring. But the big thing I think for connection is we need connection to the iNet, to the internet, the institutional net that the town runs, so that there's a cable drop. And again, Paul did send us an email just recently saying that the town IT department, wherever we end up, will connect to that. So that was a really big help to know that even if we aren't able to get into a town building, that if we did get into a private property, as long as the town can get us connected, we will continue to be able to stream the 3 cable stations that we run, as well as the YouTube station and all of that.
I just want to make sure that as I call on people, right now we're sticking to locations, not to the other issues, okay? Pam?
Yeah, I think I had asked the question about the use of the middle school, knowing that the 6th grade isn't going in there. I'm sure it's fully occupied, but I understand that's sort of a cross-program request. We would have to go to the regional school to talk about that. But knowing that they have some capability of absorbing 6th graders in a couple of years, is there space currently? So that's one question. The other is there a point person in the town that's actually, someone that Amherst Media can go to say, what about this, as a kind of a point person contact? And then thirdly, has anyone talked to UMass Amherst about its old WMUA space, which was vacated when they redid the student union?
Paul, I don't know if you feel comfortable talking about the middle school.
So that, again, that's a regional school district. I think the idea that we're not going to use it for a year or two might be sort of attractive. I know the director has had direct conversations with the superintendent and multiple times, so I know that they're in close contact. So that I don't know what the answer to that question is. I've not asked the superintendent for that answer. It's an interesting, I know we, a couple of years ago, we had looked at the high school as a potential site, but for some reason that did not work out, which seemed to be a good, and that the program that the area that had been identified for that has since then been reprogrammed according to the superintendent. I had not, the middle school could be something. In terms of the other, what has happened with the colleges and university, I'm not sure what Amherst Media has done with those. That would be an RD question, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Pam, I'm happy to answer. Our executive director has been in contact with the superintendent about the middle school, right, to see if that would be a possibility. Unfortunately, that's not an option that we did explore. That was actually one of the first places that we went as we were in working through all of these options, was to see, could the school there. But with moving around of students and things like that, actually one of our board members, Ben Harrington, is on the school committee, and kind of talked to him, and he was just like, no, they're pretty maxed, even though there is space at the middle school with everything moving around. So we have explored that option. Again, we have talked to UMass, we have had conversations with Hampshire College, have reached out to Amherst College to see if there are spaces, again, on the college campuses that could be used as well. And tonight have not found any luck with any of those, unfortunately.
Okay. And as for the point person, Paul, basically they contact you and then you work with your staff? Is that?
Yeah,
how
I
you-
think we can talk about it a little bit later about how we're
Okay.
going to manage that.
Okay. Dorothy?
I'm just building on what other people said. I think that we've got tremendous amount of buildings in this town. They don't happen to belong to the town. They belong to the educational institutions. And I cannot believe that there is not swing space for use for a couple of years by Amherst Media till their new building gets built. So I just want to urge that that be pursued with great effort and intensity, because we have lots and lots of buildings all around us, and I'm sure some of it could be useful for the Amherst Media for the years, it's 2 or 3 years it's needed before their new building is built.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Yeah, I mean, Dorothy took the words out of my mouth. I can't imagine that in Amherst, between the town, the colleges, the universities, we cannot find 2,000 square feet for Amherst Media. I don't know, I was starting June 1st or whenever they need to relocate. If there's any way the town can provide a liaison to actual people at the colleges and universities, so Amherst Media isn't put in a position of having to make cold calls. I mean, they may have already been in touch. I don't know how recently that was. I mean, if you want to give some of us the name and we can, help. I mean, it does feel frustrating. I don't feel comfortable saying there's nothing we can do.
Okay. Alicia?
In regards to the length of time where you all are looking for a temporary space, because I know I keep hearing like 2 to 3 years. So do we have because I know we're waiting on the construction of a new building, a time frame for that is literally 2 to 3 years, or do we have a more closed window of time that we expect you all will be able to move into the permanent space? Because I'm just trying to get a better idea of do we know you need just 2 years of temporary housing, or do you know you need exactly 3 years, or is it still something that's kind of unknown?
No, thank you, Alicia. That's a great question. I mean, to the best of our knowledge, we're looking for somewhere probably in the 1 to 2 year range, right? So we have, again, the town property at Main and Gray is paid off by Amherst Media. We own that outright. We have essentially gotten 2/3 of the fundraising through grants, donations. Are working on the process of getting some general contractors bids, and then essentially once we have those, then it's going to be the final push of fundraising. We also have the ability, we were able to match, we got a grant from the Mass Cultural Council. We were able to match that grant through the grants and donations. And so this will allow us to go to mass development and get a very low interest rate loan for construction. So, honestly, from my point of view, we're looking at, 1.5 years, 2 years max. The goal is to, again, break ground. I mean, the other thing is that we own the land, right? But until we break ground on that land at Main and Gray, Amherst Media has been continuing to pay taxes on that property. So, even though we've been working on paying off the land and we've still been paying taxes for that property since it officially was purchased.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So the second issue we identified was the issue of improvement of communications, and both the contract that the town of Amherst has with Amherst Media, as well as Amherst Media's bylaws, does state that somebody from designated by the town, let me find the exact words. I prefer that. I had them earlier today.
It's a town liaison, Lynn. It doesn't have, again, finding the exact words, but essentially it's a town appointed, or a town designated. It doesn't have to be a council member. It doesn't have to be a town employee. Pat DeAngelis was sort of informally on the board as a liaison for a little bit, and so I think that's, again, one of the things that I think would be helpful would be to just to have someone, whoever that is, that again, as another way of communications, so that we can improve communications and working relationships between the town and between, the Amherst media.
So Paul, do you want to speak to this? And then I'll call on Andy.
Sure. So we have talked about that internally, and I've talked with our communications director who's interested in Sean, and I jointly oversee Brianna Sunrid, and she has expressed some interest in serving on the board. And I think that would be as a communications director for the town. She's partially in IT, partially in the manager. It seems like a good fit. And I know that she has interest in doing this. I spoke with her about this. So that would be the person, if we were to put someone on the board, which that would be my intention, that we would want to go to.
And Brianna is.
Yes, I talked
She
with her.
is
Yeah.
interested.
Yeah, she
Okay.
is.
Andy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I guess that I just from experience have one caution to put out here, and that is that we did have an active member for many years who was a citizen appointed by the select board, who was on the board of directors. And I was one on the select board who ended up being in communication with her and with Amherst media director at the time. And there was some discomfort that was going on. I think it was sort of at the time that we were working on contract renewal and about what are the responsibilities of a board member to a nonprofit and advancing the interests of the nonprofit, and how do you deal with the reality that somebody who's appointed by the town is there to communicate for the town and has duties for the town. And it creates at least a level of discomfort, if not something a little bit greater. And so I actually do have some hesitation about going back and reactivating that without having had some substantial thought given to the issues that I just described.
I'm going to call on Anika, but I'm going to put my own hand up and call on Anika and then Michelle first. Anika?
So in the event that Brianna Sunrid would not be able to serve, are there any other options lined up?
And you're saying she would not be able to be served because it would be seen as a conflict?
I'm just saying if there were, like Andy just brought up where it could be. So in the event if there were any issues, whether it was conflict, scheduling, whichever, are there any other options lined up?
Paul, have you thought about others?
I have not.
He is not at this point. I think that's the first option that you're looking for at this point. Michelle?
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, based on sort of what I have understood through various discussions, it seems like it's really more about the flow of communication going back and forth. So whether a board member is needed, like a staff to become a board member remains a question, but I do think there needs to be some liaison that is flowing communication back and forth between Amherst Media and the town. And I think that serves multi-purposes, but right now I think developing a stronger relationship and building trust between the town and the organization is really important. And so I would be in favor of even identifying a liaison, not necessarily a board member, that could be that point person to flow that information between the two.
Thank you. I'm going to say that I understand the issue of discomfort, but there's a way to deal with discomfort. I have served on the Amherst Survival Center board for 9 years. I was serving on it and was president at the time I was elected to the council. And I just made sure that I recused myself whenever an issue regarding the town came up. And I was very clear about that. And whenever an issue regarding the Survival Center came up before the council, which it never did, because CDBG grants are not made by the council, they're made by the town manager. I just made sure I wasn't involved. I didn't show up to meetings to lobby. I didn't advocate for that. And I also made clear that when the Amherst Survival Center was seeking assistance from the town in permitting its temporary outdoor facility or building or whatever that is, that I didn't get involved. If anybody said, well, who should we talk to? I just say, call Paul Bachman. That's not my job, okay? And Jen Moyston is also on that board, and she acts the same way I do. She just makes very sure she just recuses herself from any business between the town and Amherst and in Amherst Survival Center. So as much as I understand the discomfort, I think that as long as people respect that there are times when the person who works one place and is on another board has to recuse themselves, then they can do it. It has to be somebody who understands those nuances and plays it up front just from day one. So they cannot get involved with contract negotiations with the town. And frankly, they shouldn't get involved in trying to necessarily find space with the town. But that can be a conversation between the chair of the board or the executive director of Amherst Media and the town manager and staff. So there's ways to get around it. So I'm sorry whoever that person was. I think it was felt discomfort, but there is a way to get around that. So Pam.
Yeah, I wondered if Councilor Miller asked this question earlier. Is there a list of the requirements? What is needed? How many people need to be seated? How many people need to be, have desk space? And what kind of studio space is needed? Is that available to us if we should go knocking on doors and whatever the phrase is? We need to be able to ask for the right kind of space. So if somebody could provide that, that would be very helpful.
I think that's part of our next steps for the space issue. Okay. Are there any other comments? Yes, I see Pam. You still have your hand up? Are there any other comments on communication? Michelle, you had some other thoughts earlier that you told me you wanted to talk about.
I really want to make sure that we leave this meeting and that both sides feel there is an open and clear line of communication and that there's a foundation for, because June 30th is coming up very quickly. And so it's going to take some real focus, I think. And I think we had discussed the possibility of Artie staying in touch. I think with Lynn would be a really good one channel, maybe as frequently as needed. I think Lynn's always open to that, but just having, if this person, if Brianna is assigned as a board member or not, just having a person that can be that line of communication right now with Amherst Media, and also having Lynn and Artie remain in touch so that we are staying together through this process and through this transition and working on strengthening the relationship and helping Amherst Media during this period of time.
Alicia?
So I also agree with Michelle, but just to add to that is that I was hoping that from this discussion, we would come up with like an agreement or a way that we would be able to support Amherst Media. So I just want to know definitively before we end this conversation, like, are we able to help them find a space? Is that some kind of way we can support them? And if not, what are the ways that we are planning to support them? Just so that I can be clear as to how we're moving forward. And I don't want to feel like we just had this conversation and then it left off because I think that also adds to the tension in the like growing, trying to perfect our communication with them. And so if we have like clear goals and clear answers, I think that's helpful. And then also just helpful for me because I am still trying to figure out what we can do as a council and where our role comes in this piece. And so I just really want to know very clearly in what ways we as a council can support Amherst Media.
Let me give you a partial answer that is in the responses. And that is that the town manager with specifications in hand has said that staff would be willing to help open, make contacts, if you will, with the higher ed institutions. So that is one way, since I think we are all looking at this and saying, hey, they have space. We don't know, but they might. So that's just one option. Alicia, I don't know if I have a better answer than that at the moment, but let's go on. Mandy Jo?
I just want to say I've been very uncomfortable with this conversation as a counselor because the council really has no role in this matter. And the answer there was that we are the legislative body. We're not the executive. We're not the one that signs the contract. Our role, if we want any, is to tell the manager to find a contract. And so I've just been very uncomfortable that we're delving into something that we should not be delving into. And that if we do it for one nonprofit, do we do it for all nonprofits? Like, I just couldn't sit here any longer and not say that I feel like we've overstepped our own role in this entire thing.
Thank you. I do want to ask, and Paul, either you or Sean Hannon could answer the question about the Cable Commission. The Cable Advisory, and what its purpose is. It's a state.
Andy may know more.
Oh,
than I
Andy,
do.
please.
Yeah, no, the Cable Advisory Committee was appointed in both the last round and the time before to assist in the negotiation of the contract that exists between the town and Comcast. Because what happens is that we negotiate with them for both a portion of the fees that they collect for cable services provided to residents of the town. It is part of a federal statute, and it goes under the realization that in order to provide cable services, the cable company Comcast has to use our town streets. Either they're running over or under our town streets, and to allow that, they provide money, and they also provide money for capital to the town. And in the last round, the capital served both to replace the previous iNet that they had provided, that Comcast they had provided, and they no longer wanted to provide us with an iNet directly, so they provided funds to do that. So the committee existed for that purpose of assisting in the negotiation. We had a special attorney. It was not KP Law, it was another firm that represented us in the negotiation. It was the select board at that time, because the select board was the administrative arm of government. Not town meeting was the legislative arm, and so it was assisting the select board in the negotiation of that contract. And once that contract was concluded, then the purpose of that committee ended and the committee was disbanded. So you could create another committee, but you'd have to create a new charge, and it would not be the same as the Cable Advisory Committee, because that was very focused and short term.
And although I understand we do have to go through a whole prescribed process as we look at a next contract. Is that true, Sean? He
Okay.
said yes.
So
He's
he
just-
said yes, and
He's
typically,
speaking into a mic he hasn't made work.
Yeah.
So let me just
There.
put a fine point on it.
So yeah, it's pretty well laid out. For anybody who's bored, they can go to amherstma.gov/cable. And a lot of the information from the last negotiation was there.
Okay.
And the luck of sitting in on that cable advisory committee and going through the process last time. We are coming up on that again. The renewal process starts 36 months before the renewal date. The renewal date will be, our current contract ends October 15th of 2026, which means that our 36 months before that will be October 15th of 2023. So we're 18 months away from starting the renewal process.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Alicia?
Thank you. So I also want to appreciate Mandy Jo's comment, because that was my question coming into this. And the other reason why I wanted this added to the agenda is understanding what our role is in matters like these. But then also to state that I feel as though it is slightly different than just dealing with any nonprofit, because they do provide us with services and services particular to the work that we do as a council. And then access, they sort of like bridge us with the community. So the access to what we're doing, and then providing transparency to the community, and so that people can access our meetings. And so I think that gives us a little bit more responsibility in this matter. Maybe not in everything Amherst Media does, but specifically with our work with Amherst Media, or how they work with us. And so my concern would then be, if we don't help them to find a space or talk about their space, then how will they be able to provide services to us in that time where they don't have a location? And how will that affect the transparency of the work that we do and our connection with the community? And so I guess that then maybe I would be interested in having a conversation as to, do we as a council want to instruct the town manager to do something on this matter? Do we want, is there something collectively we want to do as a council different if we don't have any say in dictating those things as a group? So I'm just thinking that maybe then a shift of the conversation would be in order. But I want to know what other counselors think about that, which was another reason I wanted this added to the agenda.
Okay. Jennifer?
Yes, I was actually going to, before I said I was going to say what, my comment was Dorothy had just said it, and now Alicia took the words out of my mouth. But I do think in the case of Amherst Media that there is a role for the council. I mean, I think we have a responsibility. I don't just, I guess, view Amherst Media as a nonprofit that it exists in our town, but we have a responsibility to the residents in Amherst to ensure that we continue to have a public access station for all the reasons that Mr. McCullen, stated, for government transparency. And really, there's so many people that their only way of following Amherst town government is via Amherst Media, that I don't feel we can just sit by and let it disappear. And I guess particularly over 2,000 square feet. So it may be that the appropriate way to handle this is to ask or direct the town manager, then for us to work directly, although I think there might be an avenue for both. But I do think that we can't let our public access station go away.
Shalini?
Yeah, I just want to support what Alicia just said, and Jennifer, that this is a different nonprofit in the sense that they provide a valuable service and they're a very important partner. And I think they have not had a person working with them from the town side for a while. And that's an important position that needs to be in place so that it's not just when there's crisis, they should be someone work from town side all along, supporting them, having those clear lines of communication. So that's something that needs to be in place. But I feel very strongly that as a council, that they should be able to reach out to us when there's a struggle or a challenge, and for them to know that we are behind them and that we support them. So that, and then I think using our I think we've already said that, but what we can walk away with today is the clarity that there will be a person assigned on their board, and however Paul wants to do that. And secondly, using resources to reach out to UMass, Amherst College, Hampshire College. And thirdly, I think just as individual counselors, we can reach out once we have the exact information of the specs. Then I think it just goes to show that we are a community that stands behind each other and we stand for transparency and support our partners. So thank you.
Are there any other comments? Andy?
Yeah, I want to just sort of on the last several comments, just make a couple of observations. When I was talking about money coming from Comcast through the town and then going to Amherst Media, the contract is to provide PEG services, what is referred to, and that's public interest education and government. And that's why there are 3 channels, because it's typical in agreements to, as we have with Comcast, that they provide 3 channels. And that's one of the things that Amherst Media asks for each time, because they want one that deals with public interest programs, and one that deals with educational programs, and one that deals with government programs. Amherst Media, for a long time, has been providing excellent service and excellent programming on all 3 channels. And I think that we all ought to really appreciate and let the community know that we appreciate the fact that they took the money that was provided, did exactly what the contract provided, and provided excellent service. We're now all of a sudden in a period where there's a series of things that are happening, and we're trying to deal with it, and Amherst Media is trying to deal with it. One is that there's a change in the whole funding structure of cable television that has a lot of people, as they use the expression, cutting the cord. And when people discontinue their cable service and go to streaming, the portion of your Comcast bill, if you get your internet through them, that is for that service to provide internet access, is not part of the money that goes into PEG services. And that's a matter of federal statute. That's not a matter of that we created on our own. But there is that reality that the amount of money that's available and passing through is going down. And sometime I will ask Sean to report on that to us, because he would know what is coming in from Comcast and what is going out to Amherst Media. Second of all, Amherst Media has this very unfortunate bind that Artie's told us about, and we've heard about many times, regarding the building and the short-term crisis with the building. And a third change that's been going on is that, and this is sort of on the flip side, that we've been able to pick up a lot of the government programming side, assisting Amherst Media by being essentially the camera service, because they used to always have somebody here for every meeting to oversee the broadcasting. And now we're doing a lot of that really ourselves, and not just the few committees that previously were on, but a lot more committees, because we've been having the Zoom meetings and could provide the Zoom to Amherst Media. And they're the ones, and that partnership has created a lot of the programming that they have. So we're in a period of tremendous change. And as we talk about the need for communication, the times have changed maybe when you need the most communication. And that, I think, may be something that we all ought to be recognizing here. But I didn't want to leave it without having pointed out that Amherst Media really did a tremendous job for a tremendous number of years of taking the money that was provided through that funding mechanism I've described and using it exactly for the purposes that was intended, and it has created this community appreciation. And the question is, how do we deal in this tremendous unsettled period of change?
Michelle?
I see that Anika's hand is now raised, so since
it is.
Okay, good, all right. I just wanted to make sure that Artie, if he had any observations or questions, and Lynn, maybe you were already going to ask him, but just that he would have the opportunity before we close this to share anything, ask any questions.
Right. Let me call on Anika and then go to Artie for that, okay? Anika?
So seeing as this is an incredibly time-sensitive issue, just for clarity, I'm wondering if, Bandy, could you please go over your comment again? I just wanted to be clear in terms of how we as a council in this matter could be or are overstepping our boundaries or our role.
Andy Jo.
The council does not have a role in negotiating contracts. That is Paul's job. The council does not have our role is as the legislative body of the town. Amherst Media has no legislation in front of us, has not proposed any legislation. No councilor has proposed legislation for us to adopt as a general bylaw or another bylaw. We also are their chief policy setters. I haven't heard any policy being discussed today of a town policy. What I've heard is questioning of Paul's ability to manage the contractual negotiations. If that is what we are doing, then we should be dealing with Paul's goals for his manager evaluation. That isn't anything as what I've heard of changing the goals or anything. Getting into where Amherst Media rents space is not something this council under the charter has authority over doing. In fact, that's the Amherst, from the way I see it, that's Amherst Media's board's responsibility. And Paul has been attempting to help them graciously find space, but it's not our job as a council, as a legislative body, to help a nonprofit find space. If the town government believes it's the town's job to help a nonprofit find space, that is the administrative side of the government, not the legislative side of the government. This is all my opinion. And therefore, when the council and individual councilors are talking about going to various locations in town and advocating for Amherst Media to rent space there, I see it as overstepping our role as a legislative body.
Nika, did you have further questions about that?
Not at this point, no.
Okay.
Thank you, Mandy.
Dorothy.
Well, I certainly followed what Andy Jo said, but we started our meeting off with an ethics session on how we had to have open meetings all the time and be totally transparent. And I thought that Amherst Media was part of that whole thing, that the sending the meetings out, letting people watch them on their TVs. So, I understand intellectually what Mandy Jo said, but I totally feel that what Andy said was getting at some of the heart of the matter, technology is changing. And I'm kind of wondering, are there plans in the town to be able to do what we need to do without Amherst Media? Because if we don't help Amherst Media through this next stage, then we might not have it, and then we won't be doing all the things that the lawyer said we had to do in terms of transparency and open meetings. So I'm really asking, what are we doing and where's it going? Thank you.
Pam.
I think I'd like to ask Mr. Bockelman if he has the information that he needs and the sense of the council to proceed in a direction, or maybe he could tell us what he thinks his next steps are and confirm that that's the direction that this council wants to go in.
Mr. Bachman.
Sure. So I think the two things that had been identified was to improve communication. I think there's a number of strategies that we've talked about tonight to and on both sides to improve communications. And I think that the other thing was, are there spaces that the town owns that can support Amherst Media? And I think one of the questions was, can we get I think Mr. McCollum said, we may have money that can go into a town building that could make it available to us for now and maybe for the town in the future. So that's a task I have to look at specifically the Southeast School, to say, what is the cost of bringing that up to code and getting it available to the public? And I think, I'm not sure what that number will be, but that's something we will, and I'm not sure how quickly our building commissioner and facilities manager can put that together, but we could get a ballpark on that. So those are the two things, the two takeaways I have at this moment in time.
Pam, did you have further comment? Jennifer?
I'll defer, let Elisa go, and then I'll go.
Alicia?
Alicia.
Thank you, Paul. I think that's helpful. And then one of the other things that I would like to know, and I think this is building on what Dorothy said, is then what would our plan be? So like hypothetically speaking, we don't think it is our place to support Amherst Media in that way. And so we do nothing. And then come June 30th, they have no space. And then what are we doing? How are we broadcasting our meetings? How are we staying connected with the community? And like, what is our plan? Because again, that is very soon. So if we don't have a plan, whether it is our plan is to support them to find a space, or our plan is to have our meetings streamed in another way, I think that's something else that I would want to know.
Mr. Bachman.
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. So we contract with Amherst Media. There's to provide a service to the town. We pay them money for that service. And they, as Mr. Steinberg said, they've done that admirably for years. Right now, almost all of our meeting, Amherst Media broadcasts this meeting live and records this meeting. And this is the one that's listed on their website. My understanding, and Sean can correct me if I'm wrong on this, I think all the other meetings are hosted on the town's website because they're not required to be broadcast or recorded under our contract with Amherst Media. There are the school committee, the regional school committee, planning board, I think, and one other that might need to do that. That the Amherst Media is responsible for coverage for. So we, the tragedy of the pandemic is the advantage of Zoom that we have talked about in terms of how do we retain the openness of Zoom that has made all of our bodies, the Shade Tree Committee, everybody available to the public. And we don't know, we're struggling with how to make that feasible if we want to have meetings like this. A meeting like this that you have some people present does take technology support, and that's where we're dedicating staff time to do that for this body. We don't do it for other bodies. So the question I think Councilor Walker asked was like, well, what happens July 1? We're thinking about that. I think, I think one of the pieces of the communication is that if Amherst Media says we can't provide the service to you as of this date, then we would need a backup plan for that.
Michelle?
Yeah, in my conversations with Paul and Lynn, I did propose the idea of a task force that would specifically look at some of the factors that Andy spoke about. And this is a great period of change. And I think that the future of Amherst Media and the changes in the way that people use cable, and all of those factors are really important to look at. And the other piece of this is Sean talked about the advisory committee that will need to be put in place, I think, in October 2023, but really trying to understand what the community needs with respect to public access, and really understanding ways in which Amherst Media may want to or need to pivot. And so I don't know if that's of interest, but I did propose the possibility of a task force that would work together with Amherst Media, or a member from Amherst Media, to look at those things and provide recommendations and suggestions. And so I just put that out there as well.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I guess what I just want to say is I think that we were in an emergency situation since Amherst Media is finding itself perhaps, will not being able to continue to serve the community as of July 1st. And so that's why I appreciate that it was able to come to the council, that this is probably somewhat out of the ordinary, but it was an emergency situation. And I don't think we could say to our constituents come July 1st, oh, well, it wasn't our responsibility. You don't have a public access station now. I guess that's the worst scenario. But I would hope that we're not so bureaucratic that when something this integral to the community is in a crisis, that we can't respond.
Anika?
I just wanted to comment that I hope, going forward with the issues around technology and how do we keep in contact as a community, that there would be engagement with Amherst Media there as well. Because for some of us, the pandemic has brought us on, Zoom, and this is new for us. But for many of us, well, before the pandemic, people are working in different time zones together. So virtual meetings and recording of those meetings is, fairly common and has been. And I'm sure that, Amherst Media would have more around that. So, hopefully there would be a collaboration around that to, to not have any type of lull around broadcasting communications to the public.
Artie?
I wanted to, clarify and thank everybody for the discussion around this. The Amherst Media does also do planning board, finance committee member, those as well. So that's not just the town council that we do, also does work with all the school committees and the regional school committees to ensure those have things. So it's not as if, and I guess I would also just, as was mentioned here, if there is an option, if Paul has the ability to get some cost estimates for that South Amherst school, that would be something that we'd be interested in. He has also verified that if we cannot, find town property, but if there is a private place, that the town will, put the costs in to connect it. And then again, Amherst Media, as long as we have a connection, we have a way to broadcast, we will continue the contractual obligations that we are providing. We have no desire to stop doing that, right? As I stated before, government transparency and access is what we're here for and why I believe in this. And so we will continue to do that. We are looking for assistance in this situation that, again, we've all been thrown into as we had, with the pandemic. I would also echo the thought of going forward, not just, the immediate, it's in the immediate situation that we're dealing with, but going forward, we need to have conversations about how do we move? How do we meet? How do we work together in this partially virtual space to that? And I think that Amherst Media has a lot that we can add and bring and perspectives to do that, not just, ways to connect with the community. As several counselors have said, many people, myself and my family included, have used Amherst Media because of, travel, because of family issues, because of things to still stay connected. And so I don't want that to be lost in how important this is. And again, how working with the town, again, my goal is to work better with the town. How can we find a better way to work together for the town, that helps the town, that helps Amherst Media going forward. Michelle had mentioned, for me to communicate with Lynn, if that is the correct way to currently do it, if we can, we'll also having, Paul and Jim, our executive director, contact. Again, I think that working to communicate and continue working together will help both organizations to do the best that we can.
I think that is very helpful in your concluding remarks. I'm going to really ask whether the two counselors have anything further they feel they have to say, or can we move on to our next topic? Dorothy?
Just a quick question.
Shalini?
And this is for RT, just for, would Amherst Media be open to sharing the space with, because we have a lot of needs. And so if we do identify a space and it's, we get some funding from you and it's fixed up, would you be willing to share the space?
I mean, I would have to clarify that with the board to know for sure, but I can happily check with the board and get back to the counselors and the council and let you know.
I think these are all issues that get looked at as space is identified. Again, Artie, I just want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. I know there's been many other people in the audience, which is at 19 right now, that are interested in this topic. And we will continue to engage it, if you will, going forward. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the town, for the discussion and the ability to interact with all the counselors. Thank you very much.
Great. I'd like to go on to the next item, which is deceptive advertising practices of limited services pregnancy centers general bylaw. And Anna is the sponsor of this, and you have a presentation.
I do. Yeah. Thanks, Athena. All right. So, hi, everybody. It's not even 9. I'm very excited to bring this bylaw before you. What we are seeking to do in this, what I'm seeking to do in this, is to prevent deceptive advertising by limited services pregnancy centers within Amherst. And this is really a critical step in protecting and defending abortion rights. Athena, next slide. So what I would like to do today is give you a brief overview of what these centers are, how they engage in deceptive advertising, in other words, why we need this bylaw, and then go over the bylaw itself to see if you have any questions or comments. I'm hoping that we will today refer it to GOL for review and recommendation. Next slide. So what are limited services pregnancy crisis centers? Pregnant individuals turn to pregnancy resource centers or crisis centers for advice and counseling at what is often a very difficult time in their lives. When limited services pregnancy centers provide intentionally deceptive, misleading, or false information, they're causing significant harm. Limited services crisis pregnancy centers, I'm going to say CPCs from here on out, just FYI, are organizations which pose as legitimate medical clinics serving pregnant individuals. These centers often mask their mission in deceptive advertising in order to attract quote unquote abortion vulnerable clients. Their goal is to dissuade pregnant people from receiving abortions. The individuals who contact these centers are often teenagers who need medically accurate information to help them make a fully informed decision. Additionally, CPCs often target low-income women, women of color, adolescents, and women with less formal education. Next slide. So in their ads and on their websites, CPCs mimic reproductive health clinics. They use the similar language of choice and empowerment, support and compassion, wellness, patient-centered care. They often intentionally locate next to abortion clinics and use names like Center for Pregnancy Choices or Your Options Matter or Your Options Medical. They sometimes even mimic colors and fonts of abortion providers. A study of the crisis pregnancy center industry in 9 states by the Alliance, which is a state advocate for women's rights and gender equality, found that 95% of these CPCs offered no prenatal care and only 1 provided contraception, but over half offered non-diagnostic ultrasounds to show images of the embryo to discourage women from getting an abortion. Next slide. In 2006, an investigation by the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Government Reform found that 20 out of the 23 centers they contacted provided false or misleading information about the health effects of abortion. Often, these centers vastly misrepresented the medical risks of abortion, claiming that having one could increase the risk of breast cancer, which is false, result in sterility, false, and lead to suicide and, quote, post-abortion stress disorder, also false, not a real disorder. These deceptive practices serve to advance the mission of these pregnancy resource centers, which are typically pro-life organizations dedicated to preventing abortion. A 2018 article in the American Medical Association Journal of Ethics discussed the unethical nature of the advertising practices of CPCs, stating that, quote, their propagation of misinformation should be regarded as an ethical violation that undermines women's health. Next slide. So what this bylaw does not ban CPCs from existing. It merely limits their ability to advertise deceptively within Amherst. While we do not have a CPC in Amherst currently, there are 29 in the state. There have been attempts by these organizations to establish in our community in the past, and those outside our community could advertise here. Having a bylaw which prohibits their engagement in deceptive advertising will ensure that that strategy does not prevail. As a community, we have affirmed our belief in the right to access abortion care. In 2019, the Town Council passed a resolution affirming support for access to safe and legal abortion in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and across the United States. That resolution stated the commitment of the Council to the protection of abortion rights, reproductive health care rights, and individuals' rights to make reproductive decisions about their own bodies. Next slide. So elements of this bylaw, and we can go through the full thing, but pretty standard layout here. The purpose and authority to ensure limited service pregnancy centers cannot engage in false and deceptive advertising, or that should say disseminate, sorry, mis or disinformation regarding pregnancy-related services. We've got a bunch of definitions for you to peruse over. It specifically discusses what is the prohibited activity, and then it discusses enforcement, which for this bylaw is $300 per violation, enforcement done by inspection services. That's per violation. Every instance is considered a new violation. So next slide. So today I'm asking you to refer the proposed bylaw to GOL. I believe the chair will request legal review, which is great. Similar bylaws or ordinances have passed in other states and have withheld legal scrutiny, and so or legal checks. You know what I mean? Review. That's the word. And so I'm happy that we will do that as well. They will discuss and make a recommendation, and then it'll come back before the council for a vote. So Athena, you can actually just end the show and the whole shebang here. But what I just want to close with is we are facing an attack on abortion rights on a national scale every single day. It may seem that those fights are only on that national scale or don't come down to land in Amherst. That's not true. These CPCs appear to be local, but many are part of large national networks. They are bringing that national attack on abortion rights to a local scale, and we must defend and protect abortion rights in the same way. Local policy is our responsibility, and we have a responsibility to act. The reality is that in order to protect abortion rights, we all need to show up every day in every capacity we can. This bylaw is one tool to continue to realize our commitment to abortion access. This is one of many opportunities we must take on our local level to ensure these rights are not dismantled. I look forward to your questions, and I hope you will support this important legislation. Thank you.
Anna, thank you. I need one clarification before we go into councilor comments.
Okay.
Once this goes to GOL and legal reading, it has to come back to the council for 2 readings at that point. Is that correct?
The charter requires bylaws be read twice before being voted on. We've never defined what those 2 readings require. We've generally always done it after committee review, but it just needs to be read twice.
Okay, thank you. Athena?
It also, the charter also requires publication on the bulletin board for, I think, 14 days before the final council vote on a bylaw.
Thank you. Okay, comments, questions? Pat? You took your
First, I
hand
want to
down.
thank Counselor Devlin Gauthier for her work. It's critically important that we protect women's rights. Whatever your position on abortion is unimportant. What is important is the woman retain her right to choose. And that's really all I have to say.
Okay. Jennifer?
My question was when you mentioned it going for legal review, but that they have these bylaws in other states, do they not have it in any jurisdiction in Massachusetts? Would we be the first?
Other towns. So Somerville recently passed. I know there are a couple other folks. Hartford has something similar. It's not at the state level in Massachusetts, no.
Right, so our legal counsel would just review it
For the town, correct.
Pam?
Yeah, my question is, I fully support this effort, but I have a question of how does one control advertising and how do you know that it's being received in Amherst? There's so many media outlets, what is the control mechanism?
Sure. So, Lynn, may I? Sorry. So this would be predominantly complaint driven. It would be that it is outlined in the bylaw. I believe it says print or online. And so it would be that someone reports this to inspection services and they would issue the fine. Does that answer your question?
Pam?
How do you know it's happening in Amherst? I mean, just meaning that someone in Amherst can find a site in Massachusetts and report it?
Yeah, it's a good question. So my belief is that it would be if it was specifically targeted for Amherst. So for example, if they were handing out leaflets on the corner of town or things like that, or if they were specifically printing in the Amherst Bulletin, right? It's things that they intentionally know are in our community. It doesn't necessarily cover things that people search outside of Amherst for. Yeah.
Anika?
But my question was similar to Pam's, but also that, with like some of like social media, for instance, social media marketing. And like if usually there's like a regional area for, advertising. So even if someone who was say like, 40 or 50 miles away, that span could, include Amherst. And I just want to know if you had, like, there are any mechanisms about tracking those, because I think, I'm not positive, but I think that if you like suspect an organization and they're somewhat local, that, you can inquire, like they're tracking that radius of who they're advertising to, and would they be subject to fine if their advertising included Amherst?
So my interpretation would be that if they specifically selected a radius and included Amherst in it, then yes, but that would be a really good question for the legal review because it pertains to Facebook law. It pertains to questions that I don't necessarily know enough about in terms of how people select their radius for online advertising, but I wrote it down and I will get an answer.
Michelle?
I just first want to really commend you, Anna, for bringing this forward. And I know that it probably had some bumps or you had to go through some process. And so I just really appreciate that in terms of like counselor to counselor, just modeling that and bringing it forward. So thank you. I also wanted to clarify that it's my understanding that it would be referred to GOL for a substantive review, which is not usually what GOL does. So I just wanted to clarify that and also clarify it for counselors. And then my questions were with respect to enforcement. I did want to understand where the $300 per violation came from, if that's something that you've modeled off of another community. And also it says that it would be enforced through inspection services. Which inspection services? Is just like our general inspection services? Okay, I'd love to really try to like get into that a little bit more deeply to make sure that the enforcement is happening appropriately and effectively, more importantly. Thank you.
So to respond to your first question, yes and yes. It was based on other fines that we have imposed, as well as what other communities have done. That's where the $300 came from. The other, you picked up on one of the bumps that I had, which is in my initial drafting of this, I was like, maybe CRES, maybe inspection services, maybe, like I went through all of these, and ultimately narrowing it down to one limits the confusion of who to report it to, right? And so inspection services was modeled off of other towns, and because it's a relatively simple complaint issuing a fine, then inspection services seem to make sense because they're the ones who inspect other violations of similar laws. Looking at putting it on CRES felt a little bit challenging because we haven't realized the vision for that yet. And so before we load them up with additional things, it felt unfair. So that's where we went. Yeah.
Andy.
Yeah, commenting first on a couple of things, and I'll start by thanking also Anna for bringing this forward for our discussion today. I think some of the questions that have been raised today are very good ones that I've thought about, and I think that's part of what legal review is all about, because we need to get into the questions of what is the advertising and at what point would Amherst be considered to be out of bounds? Where are we risking legal challenge if the advertisement, we can't show that it was specifically aimed at somebody in town, but was received by somebody in town and affected somebody in town, which was presumably where the complaint question came in. But I think we need to, the referral to GOL and then to town council can help address that. The $300 is, I believe, the statutory limit on the amount that can be raised and charged in non-criminal penalties in municipal bylaws. And so it's statutory in nature. The question comes up is it's per violation. If the complaint is that the provider, so-called provider, I'll have to put that into a little bit of quotes too, because I don't know what they're really providing, is advertising, whether there can be any provision that could make it so that per day becomes a part of it. And I think that needs to be explored as possibility as GOL is looking at the definitions. As far as whether inspection services are right, that gets to my final comment, which is I think that it really needs to go to one more committee than GOL. I think that's what Michelle was really questioning too. And as a member of TSO, I hate to take on yet another responsibility or say that the committee ought to have another responsibility, but it is assigning an additional responsibility to a town staff department, and that may therefore make it the logical committee that would look into the question as to whether it is the appropriate placement and whether the capacity exists within the department to be responsible for it, because it may be that with the coming rental registration, we're adding already to inspection services load, and we're not sure how much staffing they're going to have to address even those issues. So I think that it's something that we need to proceed with some caution. I don't like the idea of CRES because I don't think that CRES wants to be a law enforcement agency, and that puts them in a position of enforcing a bylaw. I think that we would need to reserve to CRES the unique position of being a service agency that when they see a criminal violation, turns it over to the law enforcement, and they are not perceived as being law enforcement. So I don't like Cress at all as being in that role. And the question is whether the police department is another place, and there are pros and cons. They have a very good track record in assisting in domestic violence, but that's a different piece. And I think that I think that it really does need to go to the additional committee referral in order to make sure that that is done appropriately. And I guess my final thing, since it was mentioned tonight, is that the whole idea of 2 readings is that it's 2 readings of the actual bylaw that is coming forward. This is not an actual bylaw. This was an initial concept. I don't think it can count as a first reading because we're talking about a lot of things that need to happen first.
May I respond?
Please.
So Andy, I guess I'm not convinced it needs to go to TSO as much as that question just needs to be asked of the town manager. And I think that one of the, in terms of whether or not inspection services can handle this, and the other part of it is that I don't think, when we think about the realistic implications, this is really proactive in nature, right? So because this is not necessarily something that we are being inundated with, having this put into place is discouraging these actions from happening. Therefore, fewer of them will happen. So I think that it's, I do not see this as a large lift in terms of staff going forward, but I guess your question seems so logistical in nature that it in my mind doesn't necessarily need to go through a full committee process. I'm fine if it goes to TSO. And I fully agree with you for all the reasons you said. That's why Cress and the police department are not on here. That's why I landed on inspection services. And then lastly, you are correct. The MGL is cited in the, Chapter 40, Section 21D, non-criminal disposition. Thank you.
Dorothy.
I agree with the statements of support for this proposed bylaw. I'm bringing up a possibility of other places where it may apply or may not apply. And that would be on rallies and events on the green, which advertise by way of the press and by flyers. That's a question for you.
Those would not be covered under this. This is really about the non-medical, the centers themselves, the clinics themselves.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, so right now, the way the motion reads is only to go GOL. I'd like to go with that motion, but I am more than glad to add in TSO if it's the wish of the council. Okay, go ahead, Manager.
To refer the deceptive advertising practices of limited service pregnancy centers general bylaw to the Governance, Organization, and Legislation Committee for review of clarity, consistency, actionability, and recommendation on adoption to the Town Council by June 6th, 2022.
Okay.
Second.
Great. Is there any further discussion? Yeah.
I think I'm going to move to amend to add a referral to Town Services and Operation and Outreach Committee to assure that the responsibilities under the bylaw are assigned to appropriate staff and that they have the capacity.
Hold on. Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
I will second it.
There was 2 people, but I'll take Dorothy on this. Okay. So we're going to first, are there any questions or comments? Let me have Athena read the full motion. The way it would read with the amendment.
So the first vote would be just to amend by adding. Is that what you'd like?
Yes.
to amend the motion by adding and to the town services and outreach committee to evaluate the appropriateness of the department assigned to enforcement. I'm sorry, Andy, I missed the last few words. And staff capacity.
Okay. So this is a discussion about the amendment only at this point. Okay. Michelle?
Okay, I do have a discussion point on that, but what about if I have a discussion on the original motion?
We now stick to the amendment and then we go back to the original motion.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. This is great. So with all due respect to Andy's suggestion, I think that TSO has, as all of the committees do, have a lot on their plate. And to me, it feels like asking the town manager to check with staff is perfectly appropriate. So I just want to share that I won't be supporting that amendment.
Shalini?
Yeah, is that question something that Paul can respond to? I mean, yeah, I would also, I don't support it going to TSO because we have a lot of stuff going on. So is this something that you could respond to today or later? Like, if not today, then what would be the opportunity for town manager to respond to that?
Go ahead.
So definitely not answered today. I'd have to talk to staff and determine, they haven't even seen this yet, so they'd have to look at it and try to understand what it's all about. So I don't have an estimate, but yeah.
Mandy Jo?
I'm going to vote against the motion to amend because those specific questions can easily be answered during a GOL review. To send it to a second committee and take up even more counselor time doesn't seem necessary given the limited scope of the proposed amendment. That GOL can just handle that.
Shalini, did you have your hand up again? Okay. The motion is on, the amendment is on the floor. We are going to vote on the amendment, and then after we vote on the amendment, we'll return to the original motion, either as amended or as it was originally made. So please read the amendment one more time.
The motion is to amend the motion by adding and town services and outreach committee to evaluate the appropriate department, to evaluate that the appropriate department is assigned to enforcement and for staff capacity.
Okay, is there any further question? We're voting on the amendment only. I'm going to start with Mandy Jo.
No.
Anika?
No.
Michelle?
No.
Dorothy?
Abstain.
Pam Rooney?
No.
Kathy Sheen has left, and we should note that in the minutes. Thank you. Andy Steinberg?
Yes.
Jennifer Taub?
No.
Alicia Walker?
No.
Shalini Bowman?
No.
Pat DeAngelis?
No.
Anna Devlin Gothier?
No.
Lynn Griesmer is a no. Mandy Jo Hannicky, I already did. Okay. So it is, must be 1 in favor, 10 opposed, 1 abstention, and 1 absent. Got it? Okay, the motion failed, the amendment fails, so we're back to the original motion. The original motion is to refer the deceptive advertising practices of limited services pregnancy centers general bylaw to the Governance, Organization, and Legislation Committee for review of clarity, consistency, actionability, and recommendation on adoption to the Town Council by June 6, 2022. It's been made and seconded. Are there any questions? Michelle?
I guess this goes back to my earlier comment. So why does the motion talk about clarity, consistency, and actionability as opposed to being a substantive review?
I'm
But
sorry.
that's what they're being.
It
asked.
talks
That's-
about both.
Is that what the recommendation piece, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
recommendation is addressing that. Okay, great, that's helpful.
Okay, thanks for the question. Any further questions? Seeing none, then we're going to go to the vote. We're going to start with Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane is absent. Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Melanie Baum,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Mandy Jo Hannicky.
Aye.
It is 12 in favor, none opposed, no abstentions, and one absent. Okay,
Thank you.
Anna, thank you for bringing this forward. Many people have said that. I just want to add my thanks to you. Okay, we are moving right along. Committee and liaison reports. Community Resources Committee, Mandy Jo.
Just two things. We still need people to be out finding residents to apply for ZBA membership. The CRC has declared the pool sufficient for the planning board openings. That doesn't mean, we are still accepting applications for planning board, but we're moving forward with that process because the pool has been deemed sufficient. But we are in need of applicants for the zoning board of appeals. We cannot move forward until we have a sufficient pool there, and we don't have one yet. The only other thing I wanted to mention is that this Thursday's meeting will be one of our first big discussions regarding the residential rental bylaw. There will be many big discussions on specific things, but this is the first one, and the committee will be using the community click that TSO used back in December for one of its public hearings. We're going to be activating that at this meeting on Thursday. And we'll be activating that multiple times throughout the whole 8-9 month process that we're going to get to through December to make this happen. So I'm excited to, hopefully we'll have people there that can use it during both the discussion and the specific public comment that we'll be taking in the middle of all of that discussion. But I wanted to put that out there in case people are interested in sort of real time being able to register thoughts about the discussion happening at the committee level while the residents are watching it.
Kathy has left, and so let me just remind you of the public forum about the elementary school building that the committee is putting on. It is on May 5th from 6:30 to 9:00 p.m. Andy, Finance Committee.
Yeah, there's already been a lot of talk about the Finance Committee process, so I think I'll just limit it to reminding everybody that there's meeting tomorrow morning at 9:00, and that there are 3 issues that are going to be on the agenda. The first will be considered at 9:00, where Finance Director from the schools, Doug Slaughter, will be present to respond to a number of questions that have been raised by the counselor and members of the Finance Committee, and were left over from the last meeting unanswered because there was not time to develop answers or time to answer them at the meeting. And then the discussion will continue in order to make a recommendation for the next council meeting on May 2nd, when we will be in the position of considering that particular budget. The second item that is on the agenda is the water and sewer regulations. And I know that they've already been through the TSO committee because I was already through that discussion on the TSO committee. I think the focus will probably be where it ought to be on the Finance Committee, which is on the financial implications of that, and where the financial pieces fall into place in the future. One probably being rate structure, and the other, which was referenced a little bit in questions to Guilford earlier today. And the other one that was raised by a citizen and is to what the cost would be for the responsibility for some repairs being shifted to the enterprise fund from the homeowners. And if that happened, how much money would be shifting and the effect that that would have on water sewer rates townwide if we did make that change. That's a complicated issue and it may not be resolved in a single meeting, but we certainly will work on it, report back. And the third is, to the extent we have time, and this is a problem because I know there's reasons to move forward with it, we also have time limits on how much we can do in that single meeting, but it's the rental registration bylaw and the particular aspect of it is the amount of money to kind of review and validate the estimates of the money to be raised and then what that money could, does it equate? There's one thing that I was reminded of very strongly by the finance director in a conversation about the meeting, and that is that this is really two different processes, and we should recognize that this is about fees. This is not about hiring any additional staff. And the staff hiring process, addition to staff and making those decisions really has a very different process within the charter. And so it's important to recognize that. I think that that's, an ambitious agenda for tomorrow, and I don't know how far we will get through it. And I will only be personally there for part of it, but Kathy is going to chair as vice chair the portion after I have to leave because a committee that I've been appointed to by the MMA Fiscal Policy Committee is also meeting tomorrow morning, and I can't do both at the same time.
I just don't know why not, Andy, you know? Sure, surely we've all tried. Andy, I just want to confirm that the meeting tomorrow is posted as a committee of the whole should a quorum of the council show up. That was mainly done for the purposes of the regional school budget. In addition to that, the meetings in May that are about the budget are all posted as committees of the whole, okay? GOL, Michelle.
Sure. So staying on finance for a minute, GOL has placed an impending vacancy notice on the bulletin board for a non-voting member. I also wanted to just thank the community sponsors for the two proclamations that we passed tonight. The Jewish American Heritage Month proclamation. Thank you to Rabbi Benjamin Weiner and Hilda Greenbaum for sponsoring those, and also to Dorothy for really heading that up and writing a beautiful proclamation, and of course to all of the counselor sponsors. Also for the Arbor Day proclamation, wanted to thank the Public Shade Tree Committee. They joined us for the review, and that was great to have them there. For future items, we have several proclamations to review. We will also be doing the review finally of the plant medicine resolution. And so we're excited about that. And then, well, I am, I'll speak for myself. And then we have two referrals, the demolition delay rescission, and also we have the referral for the deceptive advertising bylaw as well.
Thank you. Jones Library Building Committee, Anika.
Yeah, so the committee is wrapping up now. There will be a meeting tomorrow at 4:30. The designers have been hired, and Kohler's will be putting together a timeline that will also be informative for the public to know, when and where further input will be taken. And so also, I would encourage everyone to attend. I know many counselors are, many people here on May 3rd. There is an envisioning and an opportunity to envision and create the new Jones, where there will be tables set up, which will highlight all the programs and areas. And we do have both library staff and community members, along with counselors, coming in. Thank you. I know that Michelle will be making rounds with me. I believe Anna's there. Shawnee, thank you, everyone else who is coming. And I really would encourage as much of the community to, or everyone, to share the word and have encouraged as much of the community to attend May 1st. While the outreach committee will certainly be doing everything within power to have more events going forward, things are, moving a little bit faster. So we would really like to encourage everyone possible to attend on Sunday, May 1st. And this is from 12 to 2 p.m. at the Jones Library.
Great. Thank you very much. TSO, Dorothy.
We've had two meetings on the 7th of April and the 21st of April, so the report's a little bit long. We've been working on our agenda, and certainly we had, in terms of public comment, speakers from the Council on Aging about the lack of space for senior activities at the Bangs, and we are going to be looking into that. We've certainly discussed the rental registration bylaw in two meetings, and in our second meeting, we then voted to recommend the town council accept the proposed revision, and knowing that there will be a more detailed bylaw later. All right, so we went along with that. We had a fabulous presentation on roads and sidewalks by Guilford Mooring and Jason Skeels, and that's somewhere on the town website for people to look up. And it explains the cute little car with the camera that takes the pictures all over the place and connects up to GPS and or GIS, I guess I should say, and shows very scientifically graded conditions of the road so they can make decisions. We know we have a huge backlog, and it's a way of moving forward with so that people can understand why this road and not that road. We're going to have a public hearing on May 5th for the parking regulations for the new spaces along Kendrick Park. We've also discussed the GOL suggestion of a restructuring of a new committee, taking outreach from TSO and economic development for CRC. And we had a discussion in which we I don't think we voted, but we came to a general feeling that we were feeling all overworked and there were a lot of committees, and that we would find some way to do the work otherwise. And that TSO is going to be in the future examining what exactly is our role in outreach and how do we coordinate with our community outreach participating officers. So I think that's basically it, unless someone from TSO wants to add something I forgot. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Are there any liaison reports? Michelle?
I didn't want to put Alicia on the spot, but just wondering about the school building committee with Kathy not being here. I'm sorry if I missed it.
That's why I mentioned that just that they're doing their public forum on May 5th from 6:30 to 9. And I'm sure Kathy will provide us with a calendar update next week. Okay?
Sure. Okay.
I personally tend to go as an audience member to as many of those as I can. I find it fascinating, but then I've always liked buildings. So, all right. Are no other, so yes, I'm sorry. Jennifer.
I just want, I'll do it quickly, but I attended the Amherst Affordable Housing Trust meeting on April 14th.
Please, go ahead.
And so the highlight of the agenda was they had representatives from Wayfinders, which is the firm in Springfield that was chosen by competitive bid to develop two new affordable housing projects, one at 78 to 80 Belchertown Road and the other at the East Street School. And they're hoping for perhaps up to 63 units on Belchertown Road and 41 at the East Street School, but at least 50 combined. And I would really encourage you to go to the Amherst Affordable Housing Trust webpage, to the April 14th meeting. The designs were fabulous. I mean, there were for a few minutes after, there were no comments, and finally the first person said they were just so blown away by, so anyway, that was exciting. And then for, I guess maybe on a more sobering note, definitely on a more sobering note, they discussed that the Donahue Institute and Wayfinders did a study that showed that in the Pioneer Valley as a whole, there's a need for 17,000 new affordable housing units that would rent for under $500 a month. And in Hampshire County specifically, the shortage was a need for 1,500 units renting for less than $1,000 per month. We're certainly challenged there in Amherst, but yeah, so it was a very interesting, good meeting.
Are there any other liaison reports?
My hand's still up, yeah.
Okay, Michelle.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go to the Board of Health meeting or watch the video yet, but I have been in communication with the chair, and just wanted to mention that they're working on a community assessment, and it's interesting, they're working with college students. There's some crossover with the work that we're doing in the African Heritage Reparation Assembly. And I also wanted to mention that there was a discussion that the director had about wastewater surveillance, which I also saw in Paul's town manager report, and I'm really excited about. So I will watch that meeting, and just wanted to mention they did have it.
Great, thank you. All right, we're going to take a very quick break and come back because we only have about 20 more minutes to be done, okay? Athena? All right, we're taking a 3-minute break. We're not even going to turn the cameras off. Thank you for your words. Yes, thank you. I know. I'm waiting for people to just sit down again. I know. After saying we don't want to break. I had visions of this meeting ending before 10. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reconvene and get started immediately. Athena, you ready? Thank you. We're going to move to the town manager's report.
Thank you, Lynn. So Michelle mentioned the wastewater treatment testing that we're doing, the surveillance testing, which is really thrilling that the state has selected us to join that program. There's 16 communities in that program right now. That's funded through the end of June, and we'll be testing 3 times a week at the wastewater treatment plant for COVID-19. And we are advocating at the state level that we continue this, because there's a lot of other uses that surveillance testing can be used for, not just for COVID-19, for all kinds of transferable diseases. Second, we had a huge turnout at the Cup of Joe with Paul on Friday, not because of Paul, but because of Earl. And it was an in-person one. We had staff, lots of staff showed up just because they were eager to be with people. So it was a little bit different than we had anticipated. We thought it was going to be one-on-one conversations, but there were so many people who wanted to talk with Earl that he did give a presentation. It was very, very popular. Saturday was the first day of the farmers market. Very successful. One of the biggest days at the end of the day. Talked with the farmers market manager. Says it's a terrific day for all of his vendors. They're now taking about half of the common, not the entire common, and people have been responding very positively to that, because it's still on the common. It's still outdoors, obviously, but people don't have to walk as far. And also we were able to accommodate the Big Brothers Big Sisters Daffodil Run, which was on Sunday, which is another big event. It's good to see all these traditional events coming back. Another traditional event that we have done for a couple of years is the spring cleanup, which I know many counselors have already signed up for. That's Saturday from 10 to 12 at 3 rally points. If you want it, you can just show up. You can register in advance. It's at Mill River, at the Jones Library, and at Groff Park, right? Thank you. So, maybe there's one there too. They may have set satellite ones. I'll double check on that for you. And then thanks to Councilor Lopes and others who were very interested in the frequent sighting of bears, we are putting on a webinar. Thank you. And not me, it wasn't mine. On May 4th at 6:30 and Zoom, the foremost expert on bears in Massachusetts from the Division of Fish and Wildlife, a state's black bear and fur bearer expert will be there makes about a 30-minute presentation, then answer questions. And it's people are very concerned about seeing bears present in their backyards, in their neighborhoods, and they'll talk about that. And that's it. If I answer any questions.
Are there questions to the town manager? Dorothy.
In your section on page 4, when you talk about proposed parking regulations, it does not mention the 2-hour maximum, which I thought was part of the proposal.
It is part of the proposal. This is just a summary of, yeah. You have the actual written thing at the TSO committee. Yes, okay.
Okay, any other questions of the town manager? Seeing none. I'm sorry?
Alicia has her hand up.
I'm sorry, Alicia, thank you.
Sorry, I just want to say, because Dorothy didn't have her microphone on, so I just have no idea what she just asked Paul.
Paul, would you elaborate on the answer?
So she was, and on page 4 on the parking regulations, I failed to mention that it was a 2-hour limit for that. And so I was saying, yes, it is. The proposal is before the TSO committee on what the hour limit for the parking is. So I just didn't mention it in this report.
And that parking is the parking down around Kendrick
Clark, yeah.
Okay, all right. Other questions? All right, seeing none, we've approved minutes. We're going on. Okay, I'm going to quickly do these. From time to time, the council does various measures. For example, we have approved the library funding to accept the grant. We've approved the performance shell. I'm now getting a request to write letters of support. So if it is a measure we have already passed, I would like to make sure that there is no one that has a problem if I'm writing a letter of support and talking about our support for that measure. It's something that's already passed. Okay? Question on that? Agenda setting, please make sure you sign up and join us at agenda setting. People who do, I think, have found it interesting in terms of that. On drafting motions, Michelle has expressed interest in being a reviewer for drafting motions. I want to make sure that if anybody else would like to review drafts of motions, please let me know and we will add you to the review group. We do not use this as an opportunity to get into debate. We don't use it as an opportunity to add motions we'd like to see or motions we'd like to amend. It's pretty straightforward. We make sure they're motions that are sound and we can pass them. And then if we need to amend them, we bring it to the council to amend them. Okay? Anna, you had a question on that?
It was about agenda setting, which I believe I was trying to pull up my calendar, but I was too slow that we moved the time for this week. So if someone's signing up for agenda setting to accommodate for the scholars visiting, I believe we had moved it.
We did.
To 2 p.m.
But Athena manages that.
Okay.
And
Oh,
so-
okay. I just wanted to make sure folks knew that if they were signing up, it was
Yeah.
not at 1.
Right. Usually it's on Wednesdays at 1. We usually do agenda setting 2 weeks before the meeting, and then we finalize the agenda 1 week before the meeting. Athena?
If anyone's interested in agenda setting, attending agenda setting or that agenda finalization meeting, they can just reach out and I'll let them know which dates are available and get you scheduled.
Right. And let's see, I want to make sure people understand that any counselor can sponsor a proclamation. Any counselor can propose a bylaw. Any counselor can request an agenda item. In the latter, the requesting of agenda items, I do try to work with counselors to make sure they're ready to bring it forward as an agenda item. Sometimes I'm successful in that and sometimes I'm not. But nevertheless, I really want to just remind people of that. And then the other thing is, instead of just providing you with a 3 months future agenda items, I actually gave you a preview of the rest of the year to the extent that it's known. There's several parts to this. There's, as you can see, the more recent or upcoming agendas, there's more detail. In the latter part, you'll find it gets pretty sketchy and basically just includes those items that we know have to get done. And then we have a whole huge list of to be determined, and it's just to make sure we keep track of things that still need to get scheduled or we don't want to lose sight of. And then finally, we do proclamations. So if you have additions you'd like to make to this or request additional agenda items, now is the time. Andy has already caught one, and that is we do have a hearing on May 16th for the FY23 budget. Okay. Michelle.
I have 3 because we're getting into this of, looking further down the road. So the most immediate one is I'd like to have a discussion about the allocation for reparations in the FY23 budget and specifically the earmarking of cannabis funds for reparatory justice. I'd like to have that as soon as possible, as soon as May 16th, if possible. Pat and I are working together to revive the effort to expand voting rights to non-citizen residents through special legislation. So we're in touch with community members that had been working on that previously, and that's just forward thinking. And then Dr. Shabazz came on tonight to talk about revisiting participatory, excuse me, it's getting really late. Participatory budgeting. And I would like to just flag that as something that I'd like us to discuss as well.
Mandy Jo.
The public forum that's required regarding the budget is only a finance committee requirement, so I would like to request that it not be done during a council meeting.
So we would do that as part of the finance committee meetings, Andy?
I think that's a decision that we would probably need to make. That is the alternative to doing that. We did it last year and had a tremendous participation, and it was really an important statement from the community about support for the CREST proposal. And I'm not certain it's possible that it would have gotten the same level of participation, the same voice had it come to the finance committee solely, but it would not have been heard by all counselors. So I do want to just tag that, though I understand the reasons why taking that time at a council meeting has a downside given how long our council meetings are. And I think that's a decision that needs to be made as a whole. I don't know what else to say.
Yes, go ahead.
The council's already put public hearings regarding zoning bylaws to a committee, regarding parking bylaw changes, parking changes to a committee, and the charter set this one as a committee hearing, not a full council hearing, and I think we should respect the charter's decision on that. Given that just zoning hearings are just as important as this, and they're at committee, and they get sometimes very big attendance. So I just, again, want to argue that we should respect the charter and figure out a way to do that without a council committee, a council meeting involved.
So Andy, one possibility would be that on May 9th, which is a Monday night, we would hold that hearing and just have a hearing. It's a Monday night. It would be 6:30. We just have a hearing.
It is a possibility. It's something that we should consider. I know of other cities that do most of their finance committee meetings during full council meetings as a regular ongoing way to proceed, because financial budget questions are so integral to the interests of the council. But alternative. There might be a problem we'd have to hear from Athena about, and that is whether you could notice at this point for the 9th of May.
I believe the posting requirement is 10 days, so we would have time right now. But we wouldn't have time if we waited for the council to have a discussion on at their first meeting in May.
So in other words, we need to decide tonight.
I don't think it's an appropriate conversation for the council to have tonight, but if you and the finance committee chair were to determine that finance committee should have it as a separate meeting from a town council meeting, then we would have time to post it. It's a 10-day notice requirement.
We're going to try it. And we'll post it as committee of the whole, if more than, 7 counselors show up or 7 counselors show up, we'll call it a meeting. Okay? Are there any other questions or comments? Michelle?
Can I just ask a question? So are you saying there's an additional meeting of the finance committee that's just been added?
That's what we're trying to resolve. Yeah. So we would hold it on Monday night, 9th.
I feel like finance committee members that should be discussed with finance committee members. I mean, if counselors
Yeah,
are already,
I'm hearing you and I'm trying to come up with a
yeah, no, I
compromise
really
because
appreciate
we
that.
have
I
to
just,
post a hearing. 10 working days, 10 working days.
We could consider this as business not anticipated 48 hours in advance and have a discussion about it tomorrow. I think that what I just need to remind everybody of is that the Finance Committee is already meeting twice a week during the month of May, and that an additional meeting is actually an extraordinary request at this point during a period of time when the Brilliant Charter Commission gave us only 30 days to review a budget of the complexity that we have. And, but I understand Mandy's point, and I think we should talk about it.
And I'll be at that meeting. Michelle will be there, Kathy will be there, and Leisha. And so we don't have to do it while you're there, but we can do it.
Yeah, we can see how it fits in. I
As
can
an
announce it at the beginning.
unanticipated item. Mandy Jo, you still have your hand up?
Wanted to say another option for the finance committee would be to call it as a finance committee meeting on the, I think you said the 16th, which is a council meeting day, but at 5:30, so it's not during the council meeting.
It's another option. Yes, thank you. We will discuss those options tomorrow. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Any counselor comments? Michelle?
sorry, I just wanted to say that the Drake is opening this week, and that's just an exciting announcement for the community.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions? See none, then I'm going to call the meeting adjourned at 9:50. 9:50, thank you. I'm going to get this